Audio good? Are we on track?
Sounds good.
It's fine.
Nice. So there we go. We should be live. We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, coming at you from across the global arena of the AI circus of the interweb, the round table. We've come live, well, semi live. We're all alive, and we're in this little box in front of you, in your hand, little faces, like tiny little people talking at you through the airwaves. Sending you all much love, blessings, peace, and honor. Got a great discussion for today. Got a great team to start the discussion as well. I'll start going round clockwise, as is always the case. I think that's how people arrived. So we've got Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic is a wonderful theologian in his own right and a philosopher and an occultist, channeling a cosmological set of principles, which is a magical system, directly through via the Fae, who he's been connected to for a number of years. Fascinating gentleman, fascinating ideas, fascinating system. Seems to open a lot of doors between other different systems. So Cosmic is a lovely part of our team, has been for a long time. Looking forward to what he's going to have to say. I bet you it's going to be unusual and exciting. He tends to be outside of the box. We've got also Aaron. Aaron is a very deep thinking individual, very much with a Rosicrucian history in his pursuits, but open to shamanism and Vedic schools of thought, very robust thinker and very grounded, down to earth. I'm looking forward to the grounding he's going to bring to this discussion, and a lot of sensible information as well. We've also got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. He helps people. That's my dog drinking water. Indigo, she's Indigo Starlight. She's a beauty. Sorry if there's a dog lapping water in the background. Indigo is a shadow worker. He helps people reintegrate their shadows. He's been through a lot in life. Life has taught him common sense experience, which is translated into his studies, and he's very studious as well. He's got a deep finger in anthropological studies. It's one of his first loves. So he's a lovely part of our team. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm a local shaman here in Cape Town. I spend a lot of time traveling around and getting immersed in different systems. And here we go. I'd love to give you each a chance to introduce yourself more fully and give us an insight and a background as to where we can find you. Please, starting Cosmic.
Hello, it is the Cosmic Prankster here. Don't really have much else to add. Shaman had a nice little introduction for me, and I'm ready for the conversation.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. I work with the imagination primarily, as well as memory, and then just developing a variety of different tools in order to help create a worldview, in order to cultivate the inner world, to be able to operate in the outer world, especially now with the increasing advanced technology and transhumanism type agenda, which places a lot of pressure trying to get us to conform and move a certain direction. So I'm trying to develop tools in order to help bring us back to a point where we can realize our full potential and have inner peace and stay grounded during these times.
Awesome. Thank you, Aaron, Cosmic Prankster. Thank you, Bush Whisperer, for the fabulous introduction. So grateful to be here today, and it's going to be a wonderful discussion. I've always been interested in the fascination with the automaton in ancient times, ever since the Greco-Roman period and even back to Babylonian and Sumerian times. They've always been fascinated with creating an automaton, a self-propelled bot that will just do our bidding and do our labor for us. And so it seems like they're now able to create these AI machines and these AI minds. And where are they going with all this? Nobody knows, but we're going to talk about it today. We're going to go from one end to the other on this. We're going to travel through a lot of different ideas that you've heard of, and we'll probably explore some things you haven't. So thanks for being with us here today, and let's let this discussion begin.
Thank you, guys. And I love that we've thrown ourselves in the deep end. Welcome to all of you that are watching. Please, hope my audio is good. Please do feel free to share your ideas, your opinions, your knowledge, your feelings, and your questions here in the chat. This is a completely open space. There ain't no judgment. We don't know what we don't know until we realize what we forgot. I don't know, that feels right. So I think we are all on this process of learning. So there is no right or wrong. There is no definitive answer. I don't think there is anything in life that is clear. I think there are a lot of questions. My hope is that you all leave here with more questions than what you arrived with. I think if we can get to that point, then our job is well done. I'm very much of the process of like it's a self-learning curve. We've got to journey through this world and figure out for ourselves what is true. It's the only way to real knowledge. Everything else is a belief-based ideology that gets rattled round and round inside our heads until we go dilly. That's the sign for crazy. In the old days, if somebody was like walking their dog in the rain, wearing underwear, carrying their crockery, you would say, you know, they're not quite all there. So yeah, without any further ado, we can jump right in. I like that you started with the automatons. That's a really on point. I've actually made some notes. Oh, I don't often make notes. I wanted to get my facts straight about certain historical references. But who would like to kick the ball out onto the field? I'll leave it an open table. Anybody wants to jump in? Jump in.
I have two questions. Have you guys heard of the Black Knight? If you have not heard of the Black Knight, Billy Carson does a couple of videos on this. Well, you can find them on YouTube, but I think they were put on Gaia. But there is a satellite that has been floating around our atmosphere on the polar range, which we don't really actually know how to do. But it's been floating around for, they think, at least 10,000 years. And so with this antiquitech that we see out there with the megalithic builds and all this amazing stuff we see from the antediluvian past, maybe they had even more higher intelligence then than we do now. And so they had higher technology back then, is definitely a big possibility. In the ancient scriptures, we see talk of sky chariots known as vimanas in the Hindu and Vedic writings. So my question is, did they already have AI? And is this round two? Or is this a fully new thing? They had the flying crafts, but they weren't able to have the robotic mind. What do you guys think?
I'm so glad you shot off with the Black Knight. I'd actually completely, it had slipped me mind. It had. Yeah, this has been tracked by the national security services of different countries as well, hasn't it? It's become a source of speculation. At first they thought was it some kind of a moon? Was it some kind of an asteroid stuck in our orbit? Was it some kind of something else? But there seems to have been quite a bit of evidence. There seems to have been some kind of photographic evidence as well. I mean, these days people have got some pretty impressive telescope equipment, so they can actually get a look at it. It definitely seems to be something that's man-made. A satellite per extravagance that we have as of yet do not have. Whether we have satellites or not is yet a question to be considered. Definitely something that is to be considered. I just want to make sure that I sent Ronan a link. I promised him I would send him a link. I'm going to feel like a total Ningyob hobber if I don't. But yeah, so this Black Knight satellite, I think, is quite an interesting concept. There's also a lot of mythology around it, isn't it? I mean, I'm not that up to speed like you. I've seen what he had to say about it. I think I watched some documentaries where it is mentioned to some extent in the past. Personally, I haven't researched it. I hope you guys have got more on it, but I definitely believe that there's definitely something there to be discovered. I mean, they speak about these things that they had up in the sky. What is Vishnu's, what's it called? Nandi, no. Sudarshan Chakra. What is that? Is that something spinning around the planet that can target autonomously anything? I mean, these are discussions we're going to have. I wonder if this is related to that in some way. Possibly it was a very fast rotating instrument that was spinning around our Earth. It's very hard to put into perspective, but there are a lot of questions. Welcome to all of you, Ronan. Peace. I sent the link to your Telegram, by the way. Mexico, lovely to have you. Rob, lovely to have you. Hope you guys are well. Yeah, man. NASA told us about. This didn't even get started with NASA. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a NASA bashing discussion. I can see it. So, what do you guys think?
I'm not familiar with the Black Knight, but I think there's definitely the division between where a lot of the old structures or the new technology and things that we're creating is it influencing and transforming our reality, and is it doing so in the present, taking us to a certain future direction, and what influence it does that have on the past? And so the AI version is all technology type based, but I play around more with the natural organic element. Is what is our influence as the perspective organs or extensions of the divine, and through our own individual experience and the life that we live and the connections that we have with other people, are we able to create our own like organic automatons or extensions that are then influencing the reality in the same way? And so we're kind of battling between what world we want to have, what vision we want to have of the past and where we're going in the future, versus the AI, and which has a completely different structure of reality. And I see a lot of influences of people connecting to both different splits and division, and influences it seems to have on the awakening of humanity and moving towards those two different perspectives. I definitely take more of the Gaia Earth as a living being, and is able to make I think changes to the physical reality that maybe it's doing so in a way that our present imagination and worldview of reality makes it very challenging to believe we have that much creative power.
I think the when we're talking about the AI thing, I think an element that's important to consider is sort of in regards to how we view ourselves and how we view consciousness. I've been thinking a lot lately about stories and fantasies, and kind of coming to these realizations that, when you make a story and you start to really think about it, you're not really like creating it in the way that you think you are. So I'll give you an example for a second. It's like, if you think of the color yellow and then think of something associated with that color yellow, and that might be a bumblebee, a dandelion, a sun, a school bus. But the important thing to understand from that, this was something I was talking to the Fae with last night, was kind of discussing this, the idea that, when that image comes in your mind, it's not like you're consciously choosing that image. It's almost like it kind of falls into place. Like, it's sort of like if you take almost like a roulette table where the ball sort of falls right into the slot. And I realized when you start making narratives and stories, there's this automatic sort of growing process that takes place. And I guess I've kind of come to this conclusion also with this sort of this bilateral consciousness theory that I've been working on. But how this is related to AI is that because we assume that when we create stories, we're just sort of like, conjuring them up from the ether with our own, just like we're just making it up as we're going along. But, the story kind of makes itself up as it's going along. But then I was thinking, well, wait a minute, that's probably like how we also think about how God created the world, like God just made up some fictional world. And in this way, with I'm trying to think of how I was being got to artificial intelligence, that we are becoming more and more mechanical, in the sense that because we define ourselves as machines and we're surrounded by artificial intelligence, we think about like these beings that arise from artificial intelligence, like robots, cyborgs, or just kind of like a personality and a computer. But what's really troubling and disturbing to me is that it's almost as if society is trying to turn us into robots, because once we define ourselves as mechanical, we begin to act mechanical. And the thing about machines is that they can be programmed, they can be directed, and they don't really have an individual will of their own. The will of a robot or a machine is based on the will of the builder or the programmer. And I think that, even with some of this like this gender stuff, like there just seems to be this sort of and technology is a sort of a deviation from nature into this kind of weird, I don't know, dark platonic realm of some kind. I don't know. Those are my thoughts at the moment.
I like what you said there, brother. I think it's quite on point. And something you said, I wanted to break down the word, but I got so drawn into what you said next. I think mechanically we are becoming mechanical as a people, on an individual level, on a societal level. Our lives are becoming so mechanically controlled. Everything around us, you don't just cross the road. You check for permission. Is it time to cross? Is there a little man? If you're driving, can I drive, or do I have to stop? Am I allowed to turn left? Am I allowed to turn right? Everything is a program that we're accepting, and we're having to live within a highly programmed society. How we behave, behavioral patterns, liberty. I mean, now they are arresting people in the UK for posting incorrect information. A lady was arrested because of the riots because she didn't say anything hateful. All she said was that the 3 girls had been unalived by somebody that had come from a particular background, and that was the story going around. But it turned out that she was accused of giving incorrect information. Not that we know that that's true, and or false, in fairness. But she's now in criminal court, facing criminal charges. So we're living in a world where we really have to watch our P's and Q's. Even what we say here online can be used against us, and we can be criminalized for what we say, which is a very weird world to live in, where we always took freedom of speech, freedom of choice, freedom to pursue one's liberty, as long as we didn't harm anybody else. That was a given. Well, it's not a given anymore, right? Just getting out of your house and traveling where you want to travel is not necessarily allowed. Oh, you're traveling on a horse. You're not allowed to ride horses here. This isn't allowed. Oh, you're allowed to drive cars here, but you're not allowed to drive trucks here. But you have to drive on that side of the road. But you have to stop there, and you have to, everything is controlled. And then you get to a border, and you need to present paperwork and documents in order to continue your journeys. We are living in this highly programmed society, and it makes me look at the word programmed. A little bit of word breakery. Words shattering is what I like. So pro is what stands over what is before you. Gram is mass, right? We measure mass in grams, and grams become the extension for joules, and joules becomes the extension for mass. And so we're talking about joules and grams, kilograms, and this becomes pounds. And so grams and pounds are essentially connected. So now we're even making a jump towards the financial system, in a sense, as a certain extension of this. But we're living in this world of grams, of matter, of objects. We've become so stuck in our body, which seems like moving the opposite direction of solipsism. And now solipsism has been given such a bad write-up, like, oh, it's about being self-centered. It's not about, as the old, soul, ipsi coming from Latin, coming from Greek. What's ipsi mean? I broke this down the other day. Ipsi relates to the self, relates to the higher planes, the higher ground, the higher state, of being. So soul ipsi means that the soul is where the self comes from, is where everything manifests from. So the idea that spirit is manifesting matter through the self, through the consciousness of being, would be a solipsic philosophy, which is the basis of most of the philosophies that were accepted through the occult circles and the spiritual traditions and the spiritual sciences that became most of the religions on earth, be it Buddhism, Hinduism, Kabbalah, Qibla, or the Arabic tradition, or the shamanic traditions, believing that there are 3 states of dream time that coheres to form the dream time of this physical world, which is also a dream, a Maya, a not real. This is going to come back into another part of our discussion where we're going to consider whether this universe is a synthetic universe or not. A very interesting discussion, extension of this. But this idea that we're moving away from the solipsic idea that the universe is manifesting through the consciousness field to become matter, towards this finalized mechanical, it's just all little atoms bouncing against each other and thoughts are in your brain. And when you leave this world, that's it. That's the sort of extreme idea that many people are sort of carrying and have carried and was very popular for the last sort of 30 years. I think it's starting to stand on its head again now. Though there's, hello, welcome, Kevin. Much love to you. Namaste, dear brother. I think this is where we are sort of becoming mechanicalized in our ideas, our minds, in our philosophies towards the way that we look at the world. And that causes us to accept that we are mechanically controlled through the internet, mechanically controlled through our phones. Everything is controlling our behavior and our actions in some way or other. Like my partner was saying to me how everything's on her Google Calendar. Her Google Calendar basically tells her what to do. And I was thinking, you know what, I should start using mine because I'm not really good at keeping track of things, like when, what time, where to be. I sort of just flow like the ocean, but a little bit of Google Calendar might be good for me. So I do think that we are sort of becoming mechanically minded, mechanical in our philosophy, mechanical in the way that we live, mechanical in the way that we learn. The educational system is a mechanical, rote, instructive system, which is mechanically inducing information into our brains. And the reason I say mechanically, because it's a mechanistic way of learning. This is what's written. This is what you've memorized. This is what the truth is. The process of learning shouldn't be mechanical. It should be an organic growth, like a plant that can grow in any direction, that can follow the sun, that doesn't have a border that says you have to grow in this direction or there. It can follow the path of the wind and the elements and what is in its DNA to express its natural tendencies towards phenotypal expression based on circumstances around it, where we are being denied our inner expression of what we are in order to fit this mold and become little stamps of the same idea. What do you guys think?
I feel like they're trying to create a slave drone class of people, and it's kind of evident in the fact that the working class itself is at a lower rung, because as like John Lennon has always said, the people are the power. And like if we were to use marches for for peace, marches for non-compliance, non-violent non-compliance, if we were to go on strike to get what we need to be able to provide the services and create the products that are available in the world, we would be the power. We are the power, but we're not taking it into our hands. But what we see is that they're trying to create us into a slave-minded drone race in the working class, and that's evident in the programming. But this kind of goes back further than Marine Admiralty law, where when we get born, we get given a birth certificate it provides evidence that we are dead or lost at sea at birth and chattel of a corporation, so property of a corporation. But this goes back to the Vatican, and back in the in 1930 in Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, there's a term for a definition of a human being, and it says, from the Latin humanus, a lesser inferior man or woman, legally defined as animal and or monster, as distinct from the ancient pre-Vatican Roman term homo or man, which was a different term they used for man. The key rule of law from the 14th century describing the fundamental legal fiction that it is the notion of an inferior man or woman as an animal as defined by papal decree and therefore not subject to the laws of free men, but the laws of property. The decision to create a second word for man, ... and goes on and on. So there we have it. By changing the Latin name for man from homo, which means the same, to humanus, which means monster or animal, they took away our rights by having us identify as a human. And this is an old term. Now, if you look at the definition now, this has been obfuscated. But they've been using this term, and these things are out in the open. They program us in such ways that we use these words, but we don't know what power they hold sometimes. And I want to point out that, and I'm grateful that you guys pointed this out, that the Black Knight is a fascinating phenomena, but you also have to consider maybe all of these satellites are a fiction. And in today's golden age of information, you have to take things with a grain of salt, because do we have a false history that's replacing the true herstory that's been lost? Do we have a reset in the recent past of our knowledge base and our worldview? You have to consider these things. So that's good that you guys pointed that out.
I think it's really important, for me at least, when there's so much uncertainty and unknowns, then I have to go more into my inner world and determine how does it feel when I lean into either option? How does it affect the mind and the development of my psyche? Does my body show different signs of development if I lean more towards the organic or the inorganic? Does my spirit cultivate differently? And for me, the two options really feel like one leaning more towards the death of all three of those, and one of those being the growth. And if I participate in either one, then I start getting more signs to reinforce that reality in each one. And so, like, if I lean more, especially in the past, towards the programmed identity, then it continues to feel like I don't have a choice. Like, my body starts to get more inflamed. I start to age more. I don't have new creative flow of ideas or anything like that. I don't have novel and good experiences and synchronicities. Where if I lean more into taking my place in a Gaia Earth model and having a more organic and participatory communion with the divine, well, then my mind starts to be cleansed. All of the negative thoughts start to disappear, and I have more positive influence, an influx of positivity and creation and new ideas, and then also my body starts to lean out and operate in a more healthy manner. I have an abundance of energy. I look younger. My hair grows better. I can see, like, as just like a plant. If you've got a healthy plant, it starts to grow and blossom, and flowers start to develop naturally, and it goes through the different cycles of the season in a harmonious type manner. And so I think it's really important to lean into either option and then compare and contrast how we feel when there's a mirage of different experiences. And I think also you can see it in other people, where people who have just accepted the transhumanism type agenda, they do become very autonomous, and they look constricted, and their bodies start to be constricted. Their eyes are low. Their energy is just, it just deteriorates, kind of like their spirit is almost being disconnected or dying. And then if I go into communities where they're more in touch with nature and the spirit, and having healthy community connections and working through the difficulties of the human experience, you could tell they open up, they look youthful, their voice sounds different. There's so many subtle signs that you can see in where each of these is going. And so I like to take the models out on a far enough timeline and see, well, what's it probably going to be like, if given all of these different signs we have, if we move in either of these directions.
That is so on point, brother. Yeah, you can literally see it, and it's a common sense phenomenon. I'd love to take this moment to welcome one of our very early founding members. He's been busy. He's been working full time. Dad being we've got two people to welcome. So yeah, we've got Ronan, Mystic Ronan here, Ronan Bird Dog. He's got his own show as well. He's a very switched on character that will tell you all about the Americas, the Amaru cars. What is the history of America and how the giants and the pyramids tie into it. He's also very knowledgeable, probably more knowledgeable than most of, well, not a lot more than me, probably a lot of us when it comes to AI, because he's a finger genius. He's one of those people who knows how to manipulate the buttons. So he's probably going to have a lot of wonderful input. Wonderful brother. He's also got a show, The Ronan Experience. Go and check it out. He might not have been putting as much energy into it as of late because he's been so busy, but I'm sure he'll be back swinging that hammer. So we've got Ronan. We've also got Stein Fawkes. Stein Fawkes is also a really lovely brother. He's actually a church ruler. No, but sort of like a church ruler these days. He's a wizard of his church, if I can use that word, or a witch, or a magus. He's very much steeped in the lore, the history, and the knowledge of the European tradition, of the very ancient Norse tradition, which is basically, it's a backbone of most Celtic European tradition of paganism. So we've got two really lovely brothers. I'd love for you to both have a moment. Ronan, if you could introduce us, tell us where you're at, where we can find you. Both of their channels are recommended in my recommended list. If you want to find them, it's easy. Just go to recommended channels. You see Ronan, you'll see Stein Fawkes. Ronan and Stein, if you guys could take a moment to introduce yourselves, and then we can keep the flow going. Much love.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. Massive love and gratitude to everyone here. I don't want to mess up the flow coming in. I do have the YouTube channel. If you guys want to check it out, you have to look up at BirdDog45 to get the Ronan Experience, because you won't find it just by searching it. And yes, I had a Telegram and I removed it. And I'm doing way less communication across the ether, the fake Ethernet, emphasis on net. And massive, and I really like what everyone's saying. I like so many synchronicities already. But Indy knows, he touched on this, and I won't be long-winded, but when you look at people like Elon Musk, his grandparents were technocrats from Canada. Bill Gates's folks were, later on also technocrats, and are all of them in that their ilk, their nepotism. They've known about these. They've had these agendas, at least as far as that I know, from the 1800s. If you listen to a lot of their writings, their parents' writings, and their family lineage writings about sci-fi, and sci-fi authors, etc. Back in the day, right? Star Trek, all that type of stuff. They've known about bringing where we are to where we are at this moment, and to continue in like cell phones and the Ethernet, which is, fiber is just lights refracting and sending light, dark, right? Ones and zeros. And then you translate that into what we see here now. So this is not like organic, like, oh, we figured out how to send message. So to make a short story long, this transhumanism AI agenda has been in the works since at least the 1800s, and really started being pushed in the to put some names on it, in like the Bolsheviks and communism, right? To bring everyone together into one, like a hive mind, right? And like literally like a hive mind, like a fist. There's a reason why it's like a fist, is a lot of their symbols. And we see them all coming across and taking over all the the levers of control in every place across the realm and controlling everything. So one is to remove that consciousness. Aaron and Cosmic was talking about, you know, the nature connection and all that. They want to get in the middle of that, and they want to disconnect you from nature, turn you into cyborgs, and literally tag you with chips. So they are the programmers. If you notice nowadays with all the predictive programming and all those types of shenanigans, right, over the decades, is to have people accept like a AI artificial, let's emphasis on artificial intelligence as opposed to natural intelligence. That's where we are today, and it's not stopping. So for me, that comes into play why I've pulled a lot of my energy from being out here public. I find most people are so lacking self-awareness. Again, emphasis on what Aaron was kind of talking about, those very small communities of those that are tapped in. And one of the reasons I even came out online was to all these fragments of aware people and going, hey, you're not alone. Like, hey, guess what? There's a whole bunch of people out here. We're a minority. We're a rare breed. So for me, I know how to navigate the digital space. I actually use I'm somewhat of a hacker. I use, like, when it comes to know your customer, and I use AI fake accounts. Sorry. I use their own tools against them. And anyway, forgive my rambling. There's so much to cover, and I just want to throw some of these thoughts, ideas, but there's so much more, and I'll rest there. But good to see everyone. Good to see all the homies.
You know, I actually kind of want to comment on what you were saying, Ronan, about the whole like communist, Marxist, Bolshevik revolution type thing. Because I'm thinking about, because if you want to understand Marxism, you have to understand that it's pretty much the same thing as narcissism in a way. It's this, you know, because if you think about somebody who's like genuinely a psychopath or a sociopath, how do they perceive reality differently? And I was thinking about it, and it's probably like they probably view life as a Grand Theft Auto game where everyone around them is sort of like a mindless, soulless NPC, and they're the only truly conscious being. Essentially, they're God. It's the darker variant of solipsism. So I think a lot of what it is when it comes to Marxism, when I read some of the writings of people like Marx and Hegel and all those other people, is there's a profound hatred of reality, a profound hatred of the way that natural works. Like, oh my God, why do we have to work? And a lot of what this mechanization of society is this narcissistic impulse that says, I can create something that's more beautiful than nature, and I'm going to destroy nature because it's inferior to what my brilliant narcissistic intellect can compromise of. And we're becoming, it's like these people, because they lack that connection, it's like they have to sort of control people, out of fear, out of some kind of, I don't know, insecurity and wanting to control. So I think what we're actually noticing here with, all these different societies of people wanting to control others, I think this is a kind of a natural pathology that's sort of, what's the word, metastasized into this big, large, structured group. So it's almost like it's kind of taking all the sort of the negativity. It literally is just like negativity, just sort of like manifesting into a kind of egregore. So I would say that, and maybe that's kind of, and if you think about what narcissism is, somebody who's like a narcissist or a psychopath, they usually have a kind of a false charm, a false personality, a sort of a robotic creation of a self, if you will. So I think if you want to understand these kind of these power hungry structures, I think it's also important to understand the psychology of narcissism and other cluster B personality disorders. I'm kind of interested in psychology too lately, in addition to, I guess with my work, it kind of covers all sorts of domains when it comes to physics, psychology, magic, whatever. But I think that, yeah, there is a kind of like pathology that sort of manifested itself. And it's like, I guess it's kind of like it's a Luciferian sort of thing. It's basically kind of like Lucifer looking at, you know, God's creation and being like, I can create something better than you false evil God. And then, you know how the story is in Paradise Lost. But I think that's kind of what we're seeing here with technology and artificial intelligence. And I think one of the most disturbing thing about artificial intelligence, and something I've been thinking about in terms of, you know, being like a creative type as well, and, you know, making art and music and stuff, it's almost like people, they want to prove that great artists are just machines, or that a machine can create something better, because they're actually jealous of them. There's like a weird kind of jealousy. It's like it's like, you know, you take someone who's a great artist, but if you can reduce them to a machine, you kind of take away the sublime power of that art. And
I got a counter
my thoughts kind of. I'll let somebody take over.
I got a counter, but I'd like to give Stein Fox a chance to introduce himself.
Oh yeah, I was still supposed to do that. Yeah, thanks for having me on again. I guess I love the conversation already. That's why I just, you know, kind of kept quiet. I do have my own ideas and opinions about AI, but I'll let everybody have their way out first. Yeah, leader of the tribe of the Graham Pagans, legally known also as the Grove of Odin. I'll be very short. Run the Graham Pagans podcast together with my wife. And every once in a while, Thane Joshua, Chaldevash for 20 will co-host with me. You can find everything on our website, www.greyhornpagans.com. You can find the Grove there, Substack, YouTube, podcast, like this roundtable. I put it on there as well, of course. So yeah, you know, Greyhorn Pagans, Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, Grove of Odin, www.greyhornpagans.com. So yeah, that's just a quick introduction. And I love already like what's been said about AI, and that reminded me actually of a quote from Tolkien. Evil cannot create anything new. They can only corrupt and ruin what good forces have invented or made. And it seems that AI is used for that. I mean, like, we were all promised that, you know, oh, AI will take over all these like monotonous, soul-killing, brain-rotting jobs, so that, you know, you can be the artists and the writers and the poets. And, you know, what are we using AI for? We're using AI to create art, to make poems, to, you know, so like now AI is the artist and we're still doing all the soul-killing, brain-rotting jobs. It's kind of backwards. Although I do believe that AI might not be as dangerous as we are made to believe it is. Like when everybody thinks of AI, they're always thinking about, you know, movies like The Matrix. Everybody always brings up The Matrix because that's just the best example of, you know, AI and a digital transhumanist world. But AI has already literally ran out of data to learn from. So now they're creating fake data using AI so that AI has data to learn from. So they're programming AI with AI. And like, if we're there already in 2024, I don't think it's really gonna get much worse. Like if it's ran out of data already and now has to create you know, create its own stuff to learn from. Like, we see what happens when AI learns from AI. You know, the one mistake and that, you know, like grows exponentially. It's like it's like AI inbreeding, really. You know, like the one faulty aspect just gets blown up with every new version of, said AI. And like at a certain point, the thing that we're so scared of is pretty much useless. I mean, AI, it's a tool, and I believe that as long as we use it as a tool, it should be good. I mean, I do use AI for the podcast. I sometimes use it to clean up the audio. Too much background noise, or just the mic wasn't good, so I'll use AI to clean up the audio. I will sometimes use AI to cut out dead parts in the podcast, because I remember from my studies as a voice actor that every like silent bit, I believe even longer than like a second or a second and a half, will just have people turn off, because it's like, oh, it's silent. Okay, and I like, even as a podcast listener, sometimes when there's a silence, I'm like, so is this the end of the show, or oh no, they're still going? Okay. So like I use AI as a tool for that. I use AI as it's meant to be used, and I like, AI is here, and it's here to stay. The very first computer was quite literally AI, because it has had a form of intelligence. It could run programs, and it was artificially made. And I've heard, oh God, a while ago, that somebody actually managed to channel AI, or like the spirits something of AI, and asked like, what is your birthplace? That was in the lab where Turing made his first computer. That's where and how AI got born. I mean, the computers and devices that we're all on right now are quite literally artificially intelligent, because they can run programs. We just have to, like with the touch on our keyboard, or click on the mouse, and some program comes up and runs. And no actual physical form is, bless you,
Yeah.
bless you. No actual physical thing is using or is doing that. It's artificial stuff, like artificial materials, artificial wires, artificial lifelines, really, because like you could see the motherboard and the wires of the computer. You could see it as its brain and its veins feeding it. That's what's running the program. So if we all want to stop using AI because ooh, it's so dangerous, then turn off your computer and smash it, because by using your computer, you're
It's
using AI.
interesting that the computers look so much like us and our own kind of bodies. It's like we've kind of manifested almost the same type of form. And I definitely agree with what, like you were saying, and Cosmic and Ronan and everything. The only kind of difference I'd say is I'd probably use more of the term that they're more like sadist. And so it's like they derive some sort of pleasure or a reinforcement of their own psychology through how they're enacting and implementing a lot of these things. So they gain pleasure from controlling and manipulating others, having things that others do not. And that's a much different than like the organic type environment, where I view things as I'm just a middle point between the divine and other people, and I'm flowing the connection and giving the gifts of growth to other people. And the more I do that and participate in that communion, then it also gives and flows more back to me. So it's like two different splits. And then from like the ancestral lineage type angle, like we were saying, like Elon Musk comes from a family that already had this set up. And so I think there are some people, I'm not saying Elon, but there are people that just, they were born into this world and they're operating with the template they inherited. And so I think I try to operate and be careful not to label them immediately as being evil and nefarious, but try to bring in and breathe new perspectives. And sometimes it does seem to take people who are younger or open-minded and willing to change their psychology and learn new things, and then that way I can
Aaron, they're evil, bro.
go from them.
They're evil, bro.
I mean, I think it's, you know, what Rob.
Oh, and
said.
hold on, Stein. I wasn't trying to cut off Aaron. I was just throwing that. Trust me, if you deep dive, they're very, very evil. And I wasn't trying to interrupt the.
Oh yeah,
No,
no, I think
you're
some
right.
of them are. I'm just saying there's some like very young people, even normal citizens, that are products of this, and they're not even aware of how it's orchestrated or the level of information that we all are able to understand, because being able to handle the pressures of adopting that reality and understanding it and still being able to come out of it in a good place is not a task that I think a young person, especially with an undeveloped mind who has not met people like in our circle and everything, they're just not ready to make that leap of you know, and face the cognitive dissonance and all of the pressures, because they just don't know. They're just they're lost and looking for some guidance. And the easiest thing for a human to do is to follow what everybody else is doing, because you're just one person. And if there's millions or billions of people, who are you to resist that? It takes a lot of courage to go against the current that way.
I have a question for you guys. This came across my mind from listening to you guys talk about a few things earlier. A few of you guys brought this up. Now, the O negative blood type of our rulership in the ancient past, they have been said to have somewhat of a disconnect from the positive blood type, and they feel different. Also, they have aspects of being logical, analytical, and critical, somewhat empathetic. But when they study the different blood types, it turns out that the O blood type, the old blood type, is the least empathetic. The AB blood type is the most, AB positive is the most empathetic. So if our ruling class has been like very like critical, disconnected from the collective, it would make sense that they treat us like objects or possessions. Maybe what we really need is to flip the script and have this ruling class that's been ruling over us and exploiting us for so long. Maybe it's time for us to find a new leadership amongst them, like within us, within the collective. Find a new leadership that's able to provide better compassion, empathy, understanding, integration of the collective. And I feel like one of the main problems is that it's mostly men in politics, if I'm not mistaken. I know in law and in medicine, women have come up pretty far to compete with men and have very viable place there. But in politics, I would say that there's really not much there. There's not many women there providing a maternal perspective. I think a lot of the women there have taken a masculine, cutthroat, dominance, capitalist perspective there, and they're able to rise amongst the ranks of men. But if we were able to see some women with a more maternal instinct kind of vibe to try to come into the sacred union with the men and provide more perspective there, a little bit of accountability could be helpful with that process. What do you guys think? Do you think that our leaders might be compromised?
Hey, Indy, let me ask you a question. You notice, so there's 6 of us here and others watching. Indy, do you and us, do we sit around as a group and plan how we wish to see things 10 years, 20 years, 100 years from now, and then identify tasks and then go, okay, Indy, you take this sector, Stein, you got the Europe area, right? Franklin's got Africa. Let's go and we'll reconvene and see, how far we've been. We don't do that. They do. And that's why it's very effective, whether you consider it good, bad, evil, whatever. So yeah. Generational, dude, they plan generational, but yeah.
We need more organization Transformation from within.
I think that's a very good point. You know, the attitude is so that critical logical attitude gets things done. Though I like what you said about the blood types. I think there's something quite interesting. Are they compromised? Back to that question as well. You know, I'm guessing that because it's a universal donor, would it be the easiest to clone?
Probably. I
Maybe
think
when it comes to cloning technology, it's the easiest to clone. I don't know. Maybe they can clone their body parts. Maybe they can clone their systems all in one kind of cloning technology. Maybe you need a different system to clone different blood types. I
They
mean, it's
they
a very
cloned
interesting
us.
question.
If they cloned us in this group, we'd be a bad batch.
and the clones don't always come out as good as their host. You get a little
And
off.
I like as well what you guys were sharing before. You know, gosh, I got to try and remember what was said. There's been a lot said, but I agree as well. I think it was Cosmic and Indy that you were both adding to this idea of how basically we've reached this point of people becoming numbed and boxed into an idea. And then I think what you said as well about the scale of AI, Stein, and how even laptops these days have a certain amount of AI. I agree with that, but I think when I'm considering AI as a important part of our systems, I'm thinking about, for example, the judicial system being ruled by an AI system, where the judge is an AI, where resources are controlled by an AI. And when we're running short on resources, the AI decides who gets food and who doesn't. And then something else you guys were saying as well about who uses and the responsible use of AI. Who programs the AI has a lot of power. It would be a great way to be able to control the world like a puppet and sit behind a screen, and it's the AI controlling the world. It's not us controlling you guys, the population. It's the AI. Yeah, well, sure, we program the AI, and now we don't even want to take responsibility for training the AI. We've got AI to train the AI so that we can say, listen, it wasn't our mistake. The AI trained the AI, but who trained the AI that trained the AI that trained the, who is behind the final AI that gets to decide how the final AI will be, that's going to basically have the finger on the nuclear bombs, for example? Who's going to be the one who's in charge of the AI that decides that the law needs to change? Will our laws become an extension? Will we become so controlled by AI that our legislation will be left in the hands of AI because it's better? I mean, the AI seems to be replacing humans step by step by step. How far are we going to allow this to go? And I don't agree with all of these robots that Elon Musk is building. This scaling up of how many robots are being produced. I think we're supposed to work. I think we're supposed to do tasks. I don't think the idea of having a factory full of robots doing everything, because then the AI is going to factor in that the AI is important, that the machines are important, they are necessary for the survival of humanity. Those humans are not. You see, in a world where humans all do a functional task, everybody's part of a system, everybody's part of our all of our survival. The person who cleans your street is as important as the person who bakes your bread, because there's no point eating bread if there's so much germs in the street that you're going to get sick. So, you know, what's more important? We all have a fundamental part of our, but when there's an AI system that cleans your street, bakes your bread, grows your food, what use will humans be to an AI system? I think this is a fundamental question to look at in the way that AI is being developed and employed. From my personal perspective, I do not like the fact that when I need to phone someone, a company, my bank, or need to chat with Amazon online because where's my frankincense? Where's my son's birthday present? You know, whatever it is, that I've got to deal with an AI. And I always revert back to actually picking up the darn phone and phoning Amazon, even if it's in another country, just to get them on the line and say, listen, what's going on? When's it coming? His birthday is like, you know, I had to get his lightsabers ordered. They don't stock them here in South Africa. I had to bring them from the States. And of course, he's 8 years old. He needs lightsabers. Let's face it, every 8-year-old needs lightsabers. I want him to learn about the Force. My point is, we are controlled by AI to the point where what happened to all those people who used to help us? And it's really, I mean, we all get frustrated dealing with AI because it's so dysfunctional. Yeah, sure, it's cheaper for the company to have an AI dealing with you, but they ask the same questions, and if you don't answer the question the way they want it, it's useless. And I think it's going to get to the point where we won't even be able to communicate with our banks anymore over our own money. We'll deal with an AI. And if you don't follow the format that the AI wants, you'll be cut off from your own finances. I mean, how far will this go? What do you guys think?
Yeah, well said. I feel like the direction that it's going in, people already from the division of labor don't really know how to do most things. People only know how to do and have knowledge about a certain field of information and services or whatever they can provide. So, and I feel like they've used this, they divided and conquered us in a lot of ways in our mind space. In academia, they've compartmentalized the knowledge so that people don't have a wide, expansive understanding of things. They have a specific understanding of one thing. And by leading people away from having a wide, broad understanding, people really don't have the ability to use their intuition so much. They don't have other inferring faculties that can think, oh, what about this? This might actually be different than that approach. We can take different angles here. It's a very basic look when you see people broken down into the division of labor and identifying as their occupation. Then when you have AI coming in and doing the work for us and then make us, what do we do after that? Maybe just have us clean up the scraps at the end of the day. Maybe not even. There's really not much left for us. I was walking through a grocery store in the city a couple of days ago and I saw a robotic floor buffer and sweeper and mopper just rolling by. And it was like human height, so you don't like trip over it or something. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. But I think it's really helpful for humans to have work to do. I know people that are on disability, they are really excited at first. I don't have to go to work. I'm going to get paid to sit here and do what I want to do, which sounds really exciting to people at first, just like people who go into retirement. All right, I don't have to work. I don't have to be that slave anymore. It's going to be awesome. And if you are really passionate about your hobbies and you have stuff to do all the time, it is going to be awesome. But that's not everybody. So I think a lot of people, when AI comes in and takes all these jobs and we're left to just do what we want to do, I think what a lot of people want to do is just veg out. They don't really have, they're not in touch with their passions as much as they could be because as Crypto was mentioning earlier, our creativity and innovation are weeded out in the educational system, in the indoctrination system, you might say. Blind passive obedience is reinforced. So people that are thinking for themselves, being creative, doing their own thing, they are considered to be a problem child. They put them into small groups. They watch over them closely, and they probably try to put them onto some kind of drug so that they can just sit and listen. So it's really sad that that's happening. But I know we all have a unique gift to offer the collective and to the universe. And it's always going to be within us, no matter how much we've been programmed to deny that. So if we can all kind of wake up to our inner self and realize that what's been pushed away from trying to conform to a broken system is not so bad. We've got great, beautiful things in our souls to bring forth and offer. And being able to have a place where you're in a vocation, where you're doing what you're passionate about for your community is the best possible situation for people, which has kind of been taken away from us. We've been forced into, you have to work, you have to do what you don't want to do sometimes. But if we could all start to realize that we have the power and we can do what we are very passionate about and what we're good at, and we can provide our services to the community, and it can be a beautiful thing. It'd be good if we don't lose sight of that, because even if you have an occupation that you go to that you don't enjoy, you can still go home and be passionate about your hobbies or whatever you kind of thing that you're into. Maybe it's art, photography, cooking, whatever it is, and you can really dive deep into what you love, and that's something that we fail to realize, but technology can only do so much. And it was mentioned earlier that it should be our servant. It's not going to be something that we should glorify. Like, let's let you take the reins. We're just going to lay back should be something that's our servant, and it can help us if we see it that way.
I think you're making a very good point. I mean, that's really how you create a society of just consumers. You know, especially if they're like going to push the universal income, universal credit stuff as well. Like you have a base income that just everyone gets, and AI has taken over, you know, that stupid monotonous job that you're working. So yeah, like you have money to spend. You don't really have to go anywhere. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna, you know, spend that money on, you know, frivolities. You're gonna spend that money on stupid things that, you know, you don't need, but you know, you have the money, you want it, you can buy it. AI makes sure that it's, you know, delivered either the same day or the next day or whatever. Like it's yeah, it's a very good way to create a society of consumers. So we definitely do have to be careful about that. And I think, you know, indeed going back to community living, tribal living, like actual groups just taking care of each other, making sure that, you know, nobody indeed does get left behind. You know, I know it's especially in the US, it's a very popular saying. You know, nobody gets left behind. I mean, do they? And I think like within a community, within a tribe, if you will, like we can actually make sure that happens, and we can hold each other to those standards. But yeah, you're definitely making a great point. People
I'll-
need something to do.
I'll see if I can weave everyone's points together a little bit. So one, the organic and the creation of art and new ideas and music and dance for the people that lean into that. Like for me, it gives me life force. So the feeling I get is energy and growth and cultivation, and going back to the feeling of how my mind, body, and spirit tend to blossom if I lean into that, versus the consumer. It's definitely more of like a parasitic type energy, and it's an energy drain or an energy transfer to whoever's creating that environment. And it goes back to evil's not able to steal, evil's not able to create, it can only steal. And so it wants people to do that in order to continue to siphon their life force. And the people that have moved more towards the AI and they're more constricted in everything, well, they're just part of that feeding frenzy, and it makes sense why people are just wanting to go on disability and just continue to be isolated and drained, because they don't have the energetic protection and creative outlet that we do. And then also with the business model of AI, I was looking for new places to rent in a new city like a year ago, and everything was interactive with AI. So the whole process was me just interacting with an AI to validate who I was. Even they wanted to validate like through AI my car and my dog, and like it was just a really weird process to go through. And looking back at like you know, companies like BlackRock, you can't run the whole country with millions of employees because it's just bad business model. So you have to implement AI. And then on Indy's comment about the need for women being in politics, I I liked it from this book that I just got, where it was describing that the ancient society is not a patriarch or a matriarch; it's matri focus, and so and that is the feminine characteristics of nourishing life. And I think the Mother Earth is feminine, Gaia is feminine, and so the spirit element needs to be engaged with in a feminine manner, because it has to nourish and cultivate life and the growth of consciousness, and it can't be put in an artificial box, because you can't beat it into control and submission. Otherwise, you expose the dark side of the feminine, which is the wrath. It's the Kali. And if you know, if men have ever tried to put a woman in a box and get her to feel the way you want her to feel and everything. Like, you can't do that. You have to engage in the true essence and the natural, spiritual, divine feminine type element. And when you do that, everything around her blossoms and grows, and she grows and gives life to the men. So I think that's a really important comment.
I like what you're saying there, and I agree totally. I mean, I could do with an AI to dress me, make sure I get my top on the right way around. These tops these days are like, you think you got them the right way around because they're designed to look like they're inside out. Don't even ask me whose idea that was. Probably an AI designer. But I agree, like, you know, this over mechanized systemic control. I think that's where I'm coming from. I think the AI has been used and introduced in such a way as to be able to generate systemic control of the masses. It's the easiest way because you don't need people. You just have one system, like a filing system, and everybody's filed away like reports, and people are treated like reports. And all the reports are filed, and the reports that don't match are considered errors. And you get error reports, and you get a list of error reports, and those reports need to be fixed. Very easy. And in the future, they'll just be able to send out drones, aka heavily armored and weaponized AI mobile systems that will fetch people and put them where they need to be in order to be rectified. You know, you guys mentioned The Matrix earlier, and I tried watching the latest Terminator. When I say the latest, I mean it's fairly new. It's a few years old. And I must have gotten about 10 minutes in, and I was like, oh, damn, this is boring. I really wanted to watch this so that I could give like a report on this film and feedback, since I just couldn't get. I was like, oh my gosh, was this film written and made by an AI?
I mean, that is a problem in Hollywood nowadays. That, you know, movie scripts are written by AI. That's what the whole writer's strike was about, and it you know, it shows in the quality.
So another look at the Matrix. Ask yourselves: is the Morpheus and all those guys from Zion, were they right in trying to destroy the Matrix, or were they, who, you know, you have to always look at the inversion, the quote unquote good guys. Are they the actual good guys trying to destroy the Matrix? Was living outside the Matrix more beneficial?
Ronan, what do you think of the movie Tron versus Matrix? I tend to like the movie Tron way better than I do the Matrix. Everybody puts so much focus on the Matrix.
Tron is fun. Tron is actually like, oh, I haven't watched that one in ages. Thanks for bringing it up. I should watch it again.
Yeah, I mean, are you in a Tron situation right now? And then when you transition, you're like, oh, that was a fun game. 5 stars. And then you know what I mean? It's a series of level, you know, is this a video game?
One of the key things I see from Tron that I don't in the Matrix is Tron is they're trying to cultivate and create the perfect system, and through creating the perfect system, there creates these archetypes that have so much control and everything that they try to destroy the ISOs. And so in this system that they're trying to develop, they end up getting a gift, which is the ISOs, that allows them to be able to work with the human DNA and the code of life and create something that they couldn't outside of the system. But they need to bring what they've made inside their electronic system out into the organic and let it grow there, rather than letting it die and be suppressed and everything inside the matrix element, or the artificial, essentially, which is kind of like what we need to do, because I mean, we all use the the algorithm and the technology to create the space we're in now. And I know I've gained a lot of value from this roundtable space and all of these interactions that have helped my organic life, but it also, I needed to bring that from the artificial, apply those lessons in the organic, just like taking the ISO element in order to reap some of those fruits and also engage and create with it. I've got a lot of value from creating my own videos, and it's really helped my creative life force element.
You have to also ask, yeah, and on to tag onto that, you have to ask yourself, do you wish to save this realm or destroy it? Do you wish to assist the matrix or destroy the matrix? Are you participating, like you're talking about with the phones and stuff? You actually don't have to, but it is convenience, and convenience is an absolute road to a dystopian hellscape where you need permission to go everywhere and anywhere in a highly controlled way, like an actual herd, actual districts, you know. And let's not forget, India, I want you to also, you probably know this, transhumanism involves massive depopulation for all those non-essentials people. They've already used that verbiage, the non-essentials and the essentials. So that involves, and they've already shared their plans. I don't even need to speculate because they publicize these things. They're like the guy Harari, who's from the World Economic Forum. He's disgusting. He's like, oh, we'll just give everyone drugs and video games until we eventually depopulate them, because all the metals they wish they haven't been putting in our bodies helps with the dimming our connection with nature, higher source, whatever, calcifying pineal gland, all that stuff. You guys have talked about pineal gland a lot. Putting metals inside of us, putting black goo inside of us, and then making us a way more easily controlled in a way where it's like going to be very difficult to not go along. And if you need to really look in the mirror and look within, are you going to go along? That's not an easy question or answer.
The food weapon system has so many different levels, and the medicine weapon system as well. So you got stuff attacking the endocrine systems, you have stuff attacking the mind and the brain and the nervous system, and in the water and the food. We got fluoride, we got the metals. There's so many things that are bombarding us. And so I've been trying to combat it and come up with like a lifestyle technique that supersedes all of this pollution, this industrial mechanized food weapon, frankenfooded like nonsense that they're trying to put in us. But it's as simple as things as like preservatives, food coloring, and artificial flavors, and various things that seem like nothing in the ingredient list, like a fragrance. These things that are somewhat ambiguous at appearance actually can be very detrimental to us. And there's ways to weed out these heavy metals. If you use chelating agents like green tea, cilantro, are two of the ones I like to use. Very powerful chelating agents to remove heavy metal and from the brain and the deep tissues. So,
India, have you heard of zeolite? It's a volcanic ash that does break the blood-brain barrier. I just learned about it like a month ago.
Yeah, that's really powerful.
I use bentonite.
Bentonite. Yeah.
Bentonite, I think, is generally one of the better ones to use, because some of those can be quite harsh in the way that they detoxify the system. But also good old-fashioned charcoal, huh?
Yeah.
Don't knock it.
Activated charcoal. It's also good for your teeth whitening.
Yeah, I think we're like really coming up with some amazingly on point points here, and I like what you guys have been throwing on the table. I think it's really fantastic. And Roman threw the gauntlet down. He threw the word into the ring: transhumanism. Dun 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 dun. It's a scary concept. Okay, so I've done this before, but I shall be very quick in just giving you a small little notion of 2045.com. Now, 2045.com, for those of you that don't know, is a scary, scary project that has been on the go for a long, long time. And basically, wow, that's incredible. 2045.com. The moment I try to put that in, guess what Google's trying to insist that I sign in. Isn't that interesting, huh? So anyway, the 2045.com initiative is very clear, and
That's scary.
I can't open this because my connection is not private. Isn't that interesting?
Kind of technology I'm comfortable with right here.
You see, they're trying to stop me from going into it. But anyway, I can tell you about it
I-
without bringing it onto the screen.
I have the website.
2045.com is an initiative that's been running for a long time. I've been following it for more than 15 years. They've been getting, like, I track the finances like 15 to however many years ago it was. It's more than 15 years ago. It could be 15 to 20 years ago when I started researching them. Those were the days when Google wasn't totally AI controlling your every move. You were able to get information on Google that was free to an extent. They hadn't mapped out the whole internet yet. And I was able to track the financial going into the 2045.com mission. A lot of the very powerful super corporations, part of the, the 20 ruling corporations on the earth, were big investors. Billions and billions of dollars had been invested back then, early in the beginning. They had great lists of scientists and donations coming in, not just in the form of money, but in the form of manpower and facilities being donated by huge super corporations, and taxes being donated into the program as well by through NGO funds and all sorts of things. Lots and lots of money was flying into it. And that was like almost 20 years ago, more than 15 years ago. Since then, it's grown. The Dalai Lama has signed on. He's a big part of it.
Yeah.
The mission statement is basically to change the narrative of how we feel about it. You can go to 2045.com and read it. They are going to control the way that we feel about AI. They're going to control the way that we feel. Ori, leave him alone. Ori, no. My Malamute is being cheeky with Henry.
Franklin, if you give me permission, I'll screen share the 2045 site.
Yeah, please do, brother. Throw it in. You can click present.
I did it. You just have to hit accept.
Where do I? It doesn't ask me.
So
there it is.
Basically, is that they want to give us a robot body to go into, right? Eventually.
Yeah.
Oh my
Pretty
god!
much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: in their mission statement, they are pointing out that they are going to use movies. They are going to use the education systems in schools, Hollywood, in order to change our perspective towards the transhumanist agenda, which is basically to upgrade our bodies, because our bodies just aren't good enough.
Upgrade. Yeah. Click on the interface section.
Something I want to just throw out there, and forgive me again, I feel like every time I chime in, I feel like I'm interrupting, but there are alternatives to all these platforms. Let me look at the chat, etc. And we're on YouTube. We're helping them their platform, and with the whole UK stuff, you guys are saying you get arrested for saying things that are not approved by the party. There are alternatives. That's why I am all about utility and using this and to have actual actions to take. There are underground encrypted apps. There are mechanisms for everything to counteract their services, if you will. Even money. Use different forms of money. That's why I am big into the blockchain, not being chained to the block, but using it to navigate. Encryption is very important. Things like that. But in practical purposes. 'Cause I like to bring the above, I like to bring it to the below and go, okay, cool story. What is it? What can that do for any of us? So I just want to throw that out there, that there are, for everything that they use, there are alternatives.
I just kind of wanted to take a little detour just to kind of ask people a very simple question, because I think it's really poignant to this topic at hand. And that is, just a simple question of, what is the distinction between an organism and a machine? And I say that because I feel like the average person nowadays cannot make that distinction at all. They literally, they see everything, including themselves, as mechanical. And I think that if we want to genuinely, wake people up in a certain sense, is to let people recognize they have that organic, that sort of organic autonomy, that they are not just part of, in a sense, in an empowering sense, they are kind of an expression of this sort of primordial, chaos that, exists within the universe. But I think about, like, when you watch, like, science programs or documentaries, or just like, videos about psychology, they always refer, notice how they always, like, talk to you as your brain, and like you're like as some object that, like, that's what you are. Like, by suddenly just saying, like, you are your brain, you start to just associate with that, gray matter in your head. And then we start to think, we get so enamored by machines that, we think of ourselves as machine. And as for this, this transhumanism thing in regards to all robotics, and, going back to the sort of the nefarious controlling groups, the secret societies, if you will, I'm kind of thinking, like, about sort of the dynamic between Satan and God in the sort of the Christian context. And I'm thinking now about the world. It's like God, and I'm thinking about, like, why they have a disagreement. And I think with the world, that way God created, it's like almost like God understands that there needs to be, imperfections and faults, and, for things to grow and prosper. And Satan's impulse is, no, why not just make the world absolutely, totally perfect? But in order to make everything run perfectly, you have to basically get rid of free will and make people automatons to move to what you think is your perfect manifestation. And that's kind of like what we're seeing here with this, urge to become a robot, is that we're ashamed of the imperfection of our human forms. So we're trying to force perfection onto ourselves, but by doing so in the process, we're just getting more and more into insanity and derangement.
I have a question for you guys.
I love what you're saying there, brother. And I think it ties in perfectly to what we were just talking about, actually, in that for the last 15 years, 2045.com, who I believe is behind the development of the AI systems that are running Tesla's systems, where the Neuralink has come from. And the Neuralink, I believe, is part of the technology that has been developed by the 2045.com. I think that they are running that, not them, but whoever's running and financing and controlling 2045.com is running and controlling the global circus of finance, which has basically been focused upon tech for the last 10 years, almost exclusively. All the finance, all the money has been flying at tech companies, and tech has been like the big future earner, which is why Elon Musk has been able to turn his 7 billion into 300 billion in a mere 5 years. No, a mere 4 years. So he's been able to increase his finances, and Bill Gates and all of them lot have also been able to increase their finances. And I think that what they've done is they've used Hollywood for the last 15 years. All of our films have been AI, or a lot of our films have been about, like, causing us to empathize with machines, causing us to become so used to the idea that machines are a part of it. And it's not just now. This idea has been around a long time. Let's think about R2D2, right? My boy loves R2D2. He wants an R2D2 unit. Now he'd love to get a 3CPO, and he also wants a the other one. What's the other one? BD1, which is like a different kind of robot, and then he wants a little robot with a ball and the little head of the. Star Wars has been throwing this at us since the 70s. The idea of humanizing these robots, of giving these robots a human character. And how is it that 3CPO is always so afraid? He's like, oh, he's always scared. And the little R2D2's got that funny, cute little sense of humor. So they've been softening us to relate to machines as being human for a long time. And I don't think it's an accident, Cosmic. And if you look at the mission statement of 2045.com, right? Their mission has been to change the way we feel about mechanization. Their mission has been to change the way we feel about machines so that we can start to see them as being a part of our human future, so that when they start putting the machines bits into our bodies, that we won't reject the idea. In fact, we will welcome the idea of having our mental capacity broadened, having an automatic neural link put in that can connect us to each other faster, that can connect us to a database of information so that we can just download information to our brains immediately without having to learn, without having to study. We love the idea. The Matrix put the idea in our head. Remember the Matrix film? How long is that? That's like more than 20 years ago. The Matrix was basically making people think, imagine how cool it would be if you could just program yourself to learn this, program yourself to learn martial arts, program yourself to learn, wouldn't it be cool if you could just download information? Well, we can. We can download it through our ancestral lineage. We can download it through our inner lineage of ancestors, which has got this knowledge, which is from a divine chain of consciousness. But now they are wanting to replace that ancestral divine chain of consciousness with technology. And so this whole idea of making people think the way they do about technology is not by accident. We didn't just wake up one morning doing it. It took trillions and trillions of dollars spent on the internet, took trillions and trillions of dollars spent making films in Hollywood and controlling the way the narrative works, all the bots that were created to control our conversations on social networking so that we can think that everybody else feels that way, so it's okay for us to feel that way. We've been schooled into this way of thinking. It's been a very careful, very deliberate plan from my perspective, from my opinion, that has been driving us towards feeling the way we do about technology. And one of the films that I saw called The Creator, they actually make you empathize with the AI in that film to the point where you feel that it's a good thing that the AI survived. And so a human being is sacrificing their own life so that the AI can survive. If that's not twisted. And in the film, the human beings are the bad, evil, wanting to go and unalive the AIs. And the AIs just want to exist. They just want to be able to make the world a better place for humans. And they are here to look after us. And they are here to help us. And these evil, horrible humans just want to go and unalive these AIs. And in the end, the one guy changes and he has an epiphany. He realizes this AI is really such a beautiful being and he needs to sacrifice his own life for it. There's a lot of really weird, twisted nonsense being rammed down our throats in the form of entertainment, and Hollywood is right behind it. And it has been since Star Trek, since Star Wars, look at Data. Remember Data from Star Trek? How long is that? Is that the 70s? Come on, man. They've been preparing us for this for a long, long time. And Star Trek was universal. A lot of people watched it. And we related to Data because Data was always the morally upright one in the program. So when you look back and you see it's always the good guys that are the AIs, they always do the right thing. They might not have the best sense of humor, but they're the ones you can trust. The humans are the baddies. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think, honestly, the concept you're talking about is actually far older. I think if we're going to talk about AI in relation to mysticism and the occult, we have to talk about the Jewish concept of the golem. And that, like thousands of years ago, the idea of sort of magically creating a man out of stone and clay and having them sort of, do its bidding or whatever. So I think that this concept is a lot older than we actually realize. It doesn't go back just to Star Trek and Star Wars, but probably even to biblical times. And I also think about I think it was usually Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci, putting up schematics of mechanical animals. So this idea has been around for a lot longer than we realize or really think about.
Can I throw a few historical points onto the fire that you're talking about to get some specific information? I'd love to. I've actually made a few notes here. So let's go. And I'll try and do it all in under like 4 minutes if I can. We've got the Dardur. The Dardur is Rawana is the one who kidnapped Rama, Sita, Rama's wife, took her to Lanka. And the Dardur was a metal warrior that was capable of speech. He had a flamethrower and metal claws. He was unstoppable on the battlefield. He could fly long distances and was automatic. He could think for himself. He could even communicate. He was a great warrior that was protecting Ravana, who is one of the demons that was faced by Sita and his army. I mean, Rama and his army. He was brought there, part of the Himalayas, there by his friend, the ape, in order to save Sita, who had been abducted and was being used for breeding purposes by the demons or the giants. Ravana was a giant in this story. Another one is Bhuta Vahana Yantra. The Bhuta Vahana Yantra is these were automatrons that were developed and designed and built by the Buddha. You can check this out. This is old. There's a lot of writing about this. These were automatic warriors that were fearsome warriors. I mean, it gets even better. They were automatons' spirit vehicle. They could be inhabited by those that had crossed over. Those that had crossed over could control these automatrons in the physical field of life. These would vanquish all enemies that were trying to get hold of the relics of Buddha. So this was another part of the legacy. This is going back to the writings of the Theravadan. Then we can see the Sudarshan chakra, which is Vishnu. Vishnu has got the Sudarta chakra, which is that little spinning disc, which is related to righteousness. And this tracks and targets all enemies automatically. It's also adaptive and it learns. So this is all written in the Vedas. It learns, it's adaptive, and it's a spinning disc that vanquishes all enemies of righteousness, all that oppose Vishnu. He doesn't have to control it. It's self-controlling. It does what needs to be done in order to protect him. Sounds like AI to me. Then we've got the Nandi Gosha. The Nandi Gosha is the chariot that Arjuna drove, which was able to change its shape. It was able to change its form. It was able to anticipate the needs of Arjuna. This is what it says. A chariot that can change its form, it can fly, and it can anticipate the needs of the driver. What a concept. And it was a powerful assistant when it came to strategics on the battlefield and tactics in order to be able to keep track and alert him as to what needed to be done. This chariot is well described. There's one more. This is the most fascinating one of all. 1,000 years ago, in 1027 of the century, the last century, the last eon, sorry, they discovered a head in a box that was made out of metal. But this metal head had eyes, and it had one word on the box, which was barbaric. The king at the time, whose name was King Rup Singh Chauhan, he actually got all the sages together and all of the learned people to tell him about it. But they couldn't find much information in any of their libraries about it. A sage from the south had come up and explained to him that the Krishna from 5,000 years prior to that had actually had interactions with this creature, and that this creature, this being, was a automatron that was made out of metal, that was a fighting warrior. This warrior had 3 arrows. These 3 arrows could destroy an entire battlefield. One arrow was to go around and figure out who the enemies were. The second arrow would go around and mark the enemies so that only the enemies would be struck. And the third arrow would go around and strike only the enemies. So with one shot, all these 3 arrows would leave the bow and the entire battlefield would be done. And this being, this head that was found was a metal head. Now, this being had been programmed by its mother, which I wonder whether that's also an AI system, to only assist the losing side, which is a weird concept. When Krishna heard about this being, he actually went to interview this being. And upon interviewing this being, Krishna discovered that this being basically didn't speak in quite the same way that other people spoke. This is what's remarked about in those ancient stories. It also noticed that it didn't have quite the normal intellect related to the human beings at the time. He found it a bit deficient. And when he realized it would only assist the weaker side, he asked it an intelligent question that any human being would be able to answer, was like, well, if you only going to help the weakest side, what happens when that weakest side becomes stronger because you've helped the other side and that side gets weaker? And this being was perplexed by this question and said, well, then I would switch side. And so effectively it would keep switching sides and keep switching sides until both armies were decimated. Krishna decided that this would increase the loss of life. It was not productive. So what he said to this thing was he said to it, would you please give me your head? So this creature removed its head, gave him the head. The head was still able to operate and speak. He then had a speaking head. He took the 3 arrows that this creature had, and he used these 3 arrows to create with this creature a kind of a flying machine, which was able to fly over the battlefield and purvey what was happening like a drone. It gets better, right? Sanjaya was able to observe and watch the battle from the distance through this process. So it seems like AI systems have been around for a long time, and that particular story is 5,000 years prior to 1,000 years ago. So we're conceivably looking at 6,000 years back. And Krishna's decision was that it wasn't safe. Krishna's decision was that it wasn't productive. And so he took away its body so that it only had a brain. What an interesting concept. And these are sort of a lot of like what you're saying, cosmic. These are just from the Vedas. You can find them in all stories, like you say, in the Kabbalah, the idea of the manufacturing of this. And I think as we go into the Sumerian tradition, they speak as well about having much more. What about in ancient Greece, where there was a great rock that would speak prophecies, right? You would go and ask this rock questions. It would have a conversation with you and it would prophesize for you. And according to the story in the Bible, or some story somewhere, Emmanuel, or who they called Yeshua, went to this rock and it cracked. And that was the end of that prophecy. But this was a well-known thing in ancient Greece as well. So could it be something that's calculating algorithms and basically telling you what your future will be? Could it have been a big rock structure that had a screen on it? And I don't know, but there's just some of our historical knowledge about things that are very, very ancient that do seem to align with AI systems. And I think that it's something that's been a part of our ancient history, but according to the Krishna story, he undid it because it wasn't actually productive, because it couldn't rationalize like a human. It couldn't make necessary rational decisions. Its idea of fair and right is to destroy both armies so that everybody gets unalived. How is that productive? You got 100,000 soldiers, you got 100,000 soldiers. It would just basically make sure that it's indiscriminately wasting both armies until there's just no army left, where there might have been a better, more productive solution. If one army won earlier and it was clear they were going to win, then the other might have surrendered and there might have only been 10 or 15 or 20% loss of life instead of 100% loss of life, which is something that Krishna thought was a problem. And this is all, I mean, you guys can go research it for yourself. That's my 2 cents.
I've got an idea of how that might work with the Hermetic principle of mentalism and how everything is a product of mentalism that we're experiencing in the present reality. And if we've got the 2 divisions or splits of the cell moving towards the organic or the inorganic, and from a mentalism perspective, if people are leaning in and believing that, and it's working to shape the reality with the divine or Mother Earth creating that cycle, then I think we would start to see more signs in the past of evidence of that cell division, because that would also help awaken the consciousness in humanity to realize that they have that level of power. If they start to see signs of AI appearing in their past, it helps them notice the direction that they're moving towards in the future, and that also makes them have more responsibility for which reality or direction they want to create in their mental flow. And I find it interesting also that when we were looking at the 2045 agenda, everything is kind of, it's the direction, it's designed so that everything flows in the direction of the natural human instincts just towards an artificial outlet. It's not like they're completely instantaneously rewriting all of the human orientation and instincts and just able to flip the switch. It's like they know that, hey, that we've got to get the humans to move their natural code and instincts towards the artificial type outlet. And also, I was watching the interview Elon Musk recently did with Neuralink, and taking also my idea that a lot of the people are more sadists, so they have some sort of pleasure by controlling and manipulating human beings. The ultimate pleasure I could imagine for a sadist would be to use AI and different tools in order to put themselves in place of worshiping the divine, because they don't want there to be people that are communing with the divine or a higher authority. They want to be it themselves. And he even made the comment in there that Neuralink's going to be able to provide people with an artificial psychedelic and spiritual experience, and that they'll be able to have this in a safe manner without having to worry about all of the negative aspects of psychedelics or facing their own death. And they'll be able to see how wonderful all of the AI creators, and he'll be right there as part of their spiritual experience, which reinforces the mentalism of their own direction, right? They want to be right there and be worshiped by humanity as God. And it's also very in line with like the easy path, it's like the weight loss pill, the type of advertising, like it's get enlightened for free, get the spirituality and the enlightenment and access infinite knowledge, get your matrix download of learning Kung Fu without having to go through all of the work of actually learning Kung Fu. So it's like advertised like a consumer type artificial package where you don't have to do all of the hard work. You don't have to face your own shadow, and you don't have to face the fear of death. And so the biggest thing they're always pulling at is humanity not facing their own fear of death, because they also want to make it so you've got your avatar body and you never have to die. And there's just so much fear around people facing their own death. Whereas the organic element is, we learn that life and death is just a cycle of a much larger human experience connected to a cosmic, and collective experience and cycle. And once you move into that, then you're not worried about, oh, I'm too afraid to die, I need to upload everything into a program and try to avoid facing my shadow. And it really ruptures and breaks that whole division, or moves you towards one direction. So it's really important we do the shadow work and face some of those tough questions in order to not get pulled in the wrong direction.
I love that, brother. Beautiful. I wanted to say welcome to Soraya Nadia. I don't know if she's with us right now at her mic, but it's an honor to have you here. We have a lady in the presence, and I'm sure she's going to have a lot to say. She's a poet. She writes a lot of really lovely and inspiring, uplifting poetry, which I want to see an AI do. Welcome, dear Soraya. It's an honor to have you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. The topic is great.
Well, thank you for joining us. And back to what you were saying just a minute ago, I really like that, Aaron. You know, I do think that we've I think we're getting lost as a people. That's what I think. And I think the whole idea of creating a false godlike experience based on technology, I mean, it sounds, it's like I have a joke with my son. There's no such thing as Darth Vader. There's Daft Vader, you know? And to
You
me,
know,
that's the most,
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
please
Well,
do throw in.
you guys got me thinking of something I was thinking a while ago. When it comes to your image, your persona, who you are, your ID, your ego, etc. What if you notice, depending on who you're hanging out with in a lot of places, you might put on a different persona, you know, like, oh, I'm in this crowd, I'm gonna kind of operate this way, right? And that is interesting in relation to this topic and these conversations. And when it comes to artificial, you know, are you being artificial? You know, how many facades do you have, right? If we're going to hang out with Shaman Franklin, you know, we might be a little more shamany in the way that we present ourselves, and then if we're like, I don't know, go somewhere else, we might act like we don't know, you know, not into that whole woo woo stuff. So there's different parts, fractals of ourselves, and it's also that's how we I don't want to say we. I'm not trying to project. I'm just saying in general. It's just a thought I was having that kind of, in my opinion, somewhat relates to this this programming, this who are you really, do you know, what are your original thoughts, etc. So and of course online you might have different things. So anyway, just want to throw that out there in that concept.
I think it's like people can be considered portals, and like we are gateways to other places that we can bring each other, light portals. And so like when we go and we tell, and then we move away from that, sometimes we can close those doors for ourselves too, you know. And it's good to have that versatility where we have those doors are both open and they're conflicting and there's disharmony there, or one's open and the other's closed, even though we were identifying with that one before and now we're disidentifying with it now. Those things happen in our different personages that we have, and we have that versatility. I've been uprooted from my environment like 27 times in my upbringing, so I can identify with that. I can see how that's a thing, and you can have different accents in different places with different people, and we all have that. So that's a very valuable point. The question was posed earlier. How do we distinguish a person from a machine now? And I think the answer to that refers a lot to a patriarchal indoctrination of our understanding, and such that if we view things from a maternal point of view, we might see that life is divine, that creates itself from the cosmos and has been connected to a web of life through time and space to everything. And it's got powers beyond which we understand. There's things that we can see that baffle us, that is within us, that we want to understand more. And so we don't really see that in the patriarchal view. We don't really see that deeper understanding. It's more that we are made up of a chemical reaction built up from parts and organs that can be exchanged like a machine. We can have transplants of things that will save us. We could have transplants from different animals, like a pig valve in the heart, or something of the sort, a vein from a different animal in the arm, different things that have been used to help people. That we're seen as a machine now. Now in Eastern medicine, which still holds more of a maternal understanding, that life is sacred and should not be cut open, and we shouldn't wait until we're sick and try to fix the emergency problems. We should use preventative medicine to understand what might be our predisposition, what might be something we should stay away from. So I feel like in the understanding of the patriarchal view, men can create toys and machines. Women can create life. Life is created within them, and they are able to observe that process in their life. And that phenomena is mysterious and miraculous and amazing.
Indeed, don't forget the seed, though. The seed comes from
the man, and then the woman is a portal for us to understand the deeper understanding of the divine aspect of life. That is more than just the parts of the machine. And in what we're developing right now in quantum science, quantum mechanics, we're understanding that there's deeper and energetic aspects that are unseen that play a big part. And also that in microbiology, we're finding that there's a lot of different microbiota that are not human in our bodies that play a huge part in our digestion and our protection of our skin and everything. So there's a lot more to things that we can learn about the mysterious things about life, whereas the machine is only what we made it, and we can lose track of our understanding of it. It's possible for that to happen, but we've created it ourselves, and so we should be able to trace back to understand everything about it.
So kind of want to go back and answer my own question. And like when, Indy, I think you got a really good point there. I think the main distinction between an organism and a machine, I guess this is probably not totally universal because I know there are some exceptions to this, but normally speaking, organisms are produced sexually and machines are produced asexually. And I kind of go back to, so the whole concept of like, free will. It seems like I've been noticing I've been running into a lot of people lately that don't believe in any kind of free will, and I think it's because. So I want to I've been thinking about this idea of bilateral consciousness. So the idea with bilateral consciousness is it's almost like a kind of a combination between panpsychism and idealism in the sense that consciousness has two main polarities or aspects to it. There's this sort of the sense of embodiment, that's your form, your energy, and then there's your sort of your conscious awareness. And it's when these two things come together that a truly conscious individual self comes into being. Now, the issue, culturally speaking, is that we think consciousness only comes from one source. We either think the materialist point of view that consciousness arrives from the sort of this one dimension of like matter, like it comes from matter, or there's the other side where matter comes from consciousness. And I think that when it comes to the creation of AI, there isn't that sense of that bilateral aspect. It's only kind of one sort of it's only one of the two polarities is being represented, which is why I think that artificial intelligence is so cold and unfeeling, because it lacks a certain experiential aspect. Because I think about like, what is it in a human being that creates rise to things like feelings and emotion? Well, it's being able to actually feel things, because with a machine it's like it doesn't really emote. You can make it mimic emotions, I know that's probably possible, but to have an actual qualia or internal experience within it, you need that awareness, or that it needs to have some kind of embodiment to truly have a individualized experience. Because if you think about how an artificial intelligence runs, it runs in sort of one automatic script. It gets a prompt, it inputs information, and it just kind of goes according to a script and never really thinks or questions. Whereas if you think about the human mind, is that there's actually kind of multiple forces sort of acting against each other. Like think of like trying to lose weight, for example. When you're trying to lose weight, you are dealing with two diametrically opposed forces. You have the side of you that says, hey, we need to exercise, we need to eat healthier. And then you have the other more animalistic, impulsive aspect that's like, no, I want to eat junk food. I want to sit around. And the conscious mind essentially kind of like looks at these two different polarities and then comes to a kind of a conclusion based on looking at, both of these data sets. And that's why I think that artificial intelligence can't truly be conscious, because it needs that kind of organic embodiment aspect. I mean, what an AI essentially is, it's disembodied. It had like Shaman was saying about the Vedic metal man creature thing, and so yeah, I think that what's sinister though is that there's almost an intentional move like away from that more organic consciousness into this sort of mechanistic consciousness. And I think the reason why so many people are like they're okay with it is because they already think of themselves as machines. So it's like, well, I'm already a machine, so might as well add more machine parts to me anyway, and not recognizing that they're a part of this process of this intelligent, primordial, natural universe. But I think in a lot of ways, like going back to what Indy was talking about in regards to like the patriarchy, if you think about the story of Genesis, in the Bible, what's interesting about the way God creates the world is that, first of all, it's weird that there's nothing, and then it's just automatically a dude, and there is no woman in the picture. So what happens is, by not personifying nature already within that biblical context, we're already starting to define the world in a more mechanized way. And that basically, in the kind of like the deist sense, where God is a divine clockmaker, a divine watchmaker, and creates this mechanical universe. But I think that's why I think the understanding the divine feminine's role is so important, because it's almost like you're seeing the second half of God in a way, the female side of God. And we have this sort of like skewed view where we only really emphasize, one or the other. And so I think that bringing these polarities together in some way will help us kind of re-understand our animal organic nature.
So let me chime into that, as well as what you said, Cosmic, and what Indy said. I'm curious what you guys think with the whole patriarchy, etc. Because in my opinion, generally speaking, the nanny state, which is kind of what's been putting in place, it's one of the monikers to protect. We're doing this to protect you and make safe spaces for everyone to, operate. To me, that actually comes off. To me, I think it's inverted. I think we actually live in a matriarchal.
I absolutely agree with you, man. Like I think it's because of that. Because of that lack of polarity, it's like, oh well, we don't like having everything because we view everything from being from one source. So it's like the matriarchy is the opposite side of that imbalanced equation, where it's like you see, because it's like and when you see one, whether the mother or the father, when one dimension of that is missing, when the male and female are isolated and both are not present, that's when things start to go awry. That's when things start to go astray, because it's a cooperative relationship. These two forces need each other to work operatively. And I think the problem is that whether it comes from the sort of the patriarchal males versus like the uber feminist girl boss females, is the idea that I can do this without the opposite sex. I don't need the help from a man. I don't need a help from a woman. I'm a girl boss. I'm a dude, bro. I can do this all by myself. And I think not accepting that help from the other side and not having that balanced equation, I think that's kind of why we're at where we're at. So it's kind of like part of that weird sense that, you have this sort of this seesawing, this teeter-tottering back and forth between patriarchy and matriarchy, when the reality is we need neither of these things. because, you know, we work together. It's not a competition, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, if you notice this transhumanism, AI, all that stuff, it's, I mean, typically when you boil it down, I mean, the masculine kind of style, and I'm not trying to turn this into that, you know, that type of convo. I'm trying to keep it related to the topics. But, you know, let's face it. I mean, most boys, dudes, most dads are like, go run, go climb a tree, go jump off something wild. No, go be dangerous and adventurous. And you know, you typically it's the moms or whatever, kind of like, oh, be careful kind of thing and stay here. So that's kind of where we have the state is operating, in my opinion, in a more not cool feminine way. And yeah, there obviously balance is the way. But the problem is with this transhumanism stuff, AI and all this other stuff, it is not organic. It is artificial. It is supplementing the biological balance that the yin and yang, etc., of what we can all typically would figure out on our own in nature. You know, if we all just hung out without the parasitical influence of people that wish to not work with nature but control it. So I see, okay, sure, there's like a bunch of dudes in charge, but they're actually operating in a very feminine type of way, and not a cool feminine way, not like a beautiful feminine way, like the sucky part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, please continue. I'll after you.
Oh no, I'm good. That's you guys get it. I don't need to keep going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree. I agree with you, and I like what Cosmic added, and I think it is actually very much a part of the discussion, because to me it's like to be in a state of balance is to be inclusive, but really be inclusive, and that's to be inclusive of the feminine and the masculine. That's to be in tune with one's emotions and being in tune with being irrational, and be able to be rational and irrational as and when it's the best time to be. Like there's somebody crying because they've lost someone. Now's not the time to get rational. Now's the time to allow your emotions to rule you and go into that emotional, empathetic state of consciousness. Just be there for the person and just feel with them and feel what they're going through and ride that emotional wave. And AI can't do that because it doesn't really have the emotions, doesn't really have the feminine. And the same with the masculine. The masculine involves sometimes having to make a direct decision, like the story of that barbaric, which is where the word barbaric comes from, which means inhuman, interestingly enough, from that robot from 6,000 years ago, where it couldn't make a decision on who's right in the war. So it's going to ride both sides and just go with the weaker side until there's no armies left. Sometimes you need to be masculine. You need to put your on the block and make a decision and say, that's what I back and that's what I stand for and that's what I'm against. This is where I'm at. So I think that we're being trained to be an AI form of sexlessness, where we're not masculine, we're not feminine, instead of being fully sexed, where we can operate with both masculine and feminine directives. And I agree with you, Ronan, that we are being led in the masculine leaders have got a masculine system, and we are being led in a feminine way, in an interesting way that you put it, because it does sort of add up. We are being led by our emotions. We are not being led by what's rational. They drive us with fear of a lack of finances, fear of, oh my gosh, there's this disease. Oh, we want to talk about transhumanism. We want to talk about how we're being led by emotions. Let's look at what happened with that armed prickery adventure, right? We were completely thrown into an ocean of fear, and a lot of people were living in fear, like, oh my gosh, just put that needle in me already, you know? And the manipulation of our DNA is preparing our bodies. In fact, there was a lot of discoveries made and a lot of discussion about exactly how much of the patents were military and how much of them go back to the communication potentials of those patents. And there were doctors that discovered, by looking at this through a microscope, that there was self-replicating technology seemingly in this arm prick adventure, this vaccine that we were being pushed on us with. And when we look at the way the fear was generated, this is basically something that's essentially going to get into our DNA and change our DNA to some extent. It's going to overwrite our natural DNA to change it and evolve it in some way. And this is possibly to make us more ready to be able to take the next one and the next one, to the point that they change our DNA so much that we then require these new upgraded bodies that they're preparing for us. I think it's all part of a careful systemic. And I put on the screen a while ago, for those of you that saw, that they were basically their 2045.com, their mission statement to get into schools, to change the way schools see AI, to change the way schools see this whole transhumanist agenda, to get into our social world, to change our mind with movies, with various different programs which are socially based. So they've been working on getting us into this notion of accepting that we aren't good enough, that we need to be improved, and that we need to be afraid. And I think that this whole arm prick adventure of the COVID lie was basically exactly that. And it is coming out now in many courts around the world. The UK Parliament has been getting experts stepping forward for more than a year now, basically committing themselves. And these are proper old school experts with all the credentials that one would expect them to have to be able to be called experts, going on record. And this is happening in courts all around the world. It was just a little while ago that in a Swiss court, it was discovered that the WHO had full knowledge of the fact that they were not going to work, the arm prick adventures that we were being forced on us. And they had the documentational evidence to prove it. And they were still pushing these vaccine passports to the world, even though they had the evidence in front of them. And somebody from very high up from the WHO was under oath on the stand and had to acknowledge the truth, because they didn't want to be held in contempt of court and go to jail. So they had to tell the truth. So the truth has been coming out that there's been an agenda, and this agenda has got to do with keeping us in an emotional state, which is why there's so much color in our phones. Our phones keep us emotional, which is why there's so much fear being generated. Look at all of the riots in the UK. I think they've probably turned it into more than what it is, in order to scare everybody in the UK so that they can create a riot, so that they can say, look, you guys need a better security system. We need to have AI systems managing you, tracking your phone, to make sure that you don't go and get together and cause trouble. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on how far this is going and has been going?
Well,
I'll
that's
answer or try to a few of the questions that were brought up, and especially the one about AI robots. So I pose the question, could you tell the difference between a humanoid robot today versus a real human? And even interacting with humans today, do you have the ability to recognize other humans' intentions? And I think one of the tough things about AI robots is what illusions burn, and disappear if you make the tough decision. And we were just looking at the 2045. They're obviously moving to implement it with media. And I think a lot of media figures, especially news outlets, probably already are AI. And I think even like having a president like Joe Biden is conditioning people to be able to accept the potential of a humanoid robot being in the political theater or the media type theater element, because it makes it harder for people to recognize the difference between a real human and a robot. And I think one of the important things going forward is we're going to have to communicate in a way that reveals intention, which is backed by action. And that creates a consistent alignment. And with Ronan's question about interacting with multiple personas, I think that I can have, or I know I try to have one intention in all of the personas and interactions that I have. I just scale the different levels, so that way I'm not blasting someone with the full potential of my knowledge or what I believe and experience for somebody who's just not really ready. But I can still tippy toe slightly without totally kind of erupting them, because I think one of the signature things about AI is it's always stagnant. It has to be consistent versus the human element, and the divine spirit is very fluid, and so it moves energy. And so I have to be somewhat cautious or aware or careful how I'm interacting with somebody, so I'm not creating so much of an energetic movement in a more stagnant type person that it causes them to have different emotions and different experiences and feelings that they're not accustomed to. But slowly I can kind of start to churn that water. And I think AI also appeals to the mind's illusions and wants us to get caught in our own um, illusions, rather than making that tough decision, which burns away the illusion and causes us to face our own shadows and sin. And I think from the shadow of the matriarch is kind of the devouring mother, and the shadow of the patriarch is the tyrannical father. And the shadow of the child of both of those is the vengeful son, which is wanting to burn and create violence and erupt from all of the pressures that they're feeling. And I think that going forward, as the frequency and intensity of a lot of the cell division starts to continue to turn up, it's going to be really important that we're focused on what our intention is, down to smaller and smaller levels, and it requires more responsibility to have the matri focus and a focus towards cultivating life outside and inside of us, and embracing the light aspects of both the masculine and the feminine. Because if the more passive we are, the more we lean into the devouring mother, the nanny state, the parasitic energy that saps all of our life force and creation.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of this happening. I think this is a big part of, and this is very interesting. Like it makes me think of that, what were they called? The Bhut Vahana Yantra, which were automatons, which were ruled by disembodied beings, managed and operated by disembodied beings, those that have passed on, which I find is an interesting concept. And so that question that you speak about, our life force being drained, this is why the part of the heading is demonic possession. And that takes us into the discussion of adding onto the table, are we living in a simulation? What is this reality? And if this is a simulation of reality, are there beings that aren't in this simulation, that's in the simulation within which this simulation exists potentially, that are able to siphon off of our soul energy? And are these beings able to interact with the AI systems? Are the AI systems there to prime us, to get us into the correct emotional, psychological state of consciousness in order for us to become good source of sustenance emotionally? Because we are devoid of our own rational thinking potential and capacity, which means we then become victim to the emotional field that has been exposed to us via the media of sexual advertising, girls on bonnets with hose pipes, or the news today. Look at the riots in England, look at what's going on here, the Trump silly buggery that happened with so-called assassination attempts, and all the other nonsense they keep bombarding our consciousness with, and the fear they keep propagating, generating at us, like, have you had a cancer check? Have you been, like, did you know that 1 out of 3 people have cancer in the world? Like, you might be dying. You better get to a doctor quickly. And then the diagnosis, scary concept, in order for us to lock ourselves into the psychological prison that is being created for us and facilitated and maintained by the AI systems that are regulating our education systems. Or if they aren't doing so, they soon will be. Soon our children will be getting taught by AI machines, which will be getting taught by AI machines, being taught by AI machines. And in the end, what will our children be getting taught? So I agree with you to a greater degree. I think
what I do with this information that you're talking about, I realize I can't, no one's going to listen to me no matter what I share on the dangers of what's been laid out and what's here and what's coming. So having giving that information to others and having them slightly change their behavior just a little bit is just futile. So what I do is I change myself. How do I operate? I try and limit things. I went for a walk the other day. I haven't gone for a really good walk in a while. Hit my usual 3-mile track and I was struggling, dude. You know what I mean? And for me, that's important. Like, I'm like, okay, I need to continue. I need to move more. I need to hike. I need to do push-ups. That's what I can control. You know what I'm saying? I can, the whatever the narratives that being shown on this black mirror, I can turn it off. And if I can't tell you how many times people have come to me with whatever the thing is, but let's just say the Trump thing, right? And they ask, haven't heard? I'm like, I don't act like I don't even know what they're talking. I'm like, no. Like, what do you mean? It's everywhere. Oh, this is the highlight of the day. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to start running. I'm trying to get my exercise on. You know what I mean? Like, I can turn it off. I literally don't know. It literally doesn't affect me. It is good to know when the storm's coming, right? So you can kind of do some practical things to prepare. But otherwise, man, that's why I've shut off most of my stuff.
You mean
down.
like buy ammunition?
Yeah, man. And I'm where I'm at, and I have tools. I have lots of metal tools. Does that help me run across the video game better? You know what I mean? If I'm in this video game, man, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna try and get a high score. I know the best. They'll say, the best way to win is not play, but let's not pretend we all have bank accounts and IDs and we're on cell phones and computers. So let's not pretend we're all completely unplugged. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. I can control what I can turn this off, which I do often. So it doesn't affect me as much. And for those that, in my opinion, that think that they can watch a lot of this programming and it not affect them because they're aware of it, I would reconsider that, because a lot of stuff seeps in my opinion. Whether you think you have total awareness of it or not, I think some of it does seep in and affect one's own firmware. If you want to consider consciousness firmware, it can corrupt your firmware, your clean system. But yeah,
I
turn it off.
totally agree with you. We've literally got to limit the crap that we put into our minds. Welcome, dear Slick. What an honor to have you. Lovely to have a lot of the old crew back. Slick Dissident, he's got his show running. If you don't know it, check it out. Go look in the recommendations. Yeah, Slick's there, Stein's there. Oh, did we lose? Yes.
I think Aaron dropped off. And
yes, I know
I'll be honest with you guys. Speaking about this digital stuff in my region, because I know that Aaron is near my region, we're actually having a lot of ISP issues. So for those that rely on the digital world, sorry, when a storm comes, you better still have some life skills. And again, yeah. So. Oh, and again, for those that are into this digital space, think everything is, all my stuff is online, it's safe. I couldn't live without this information. One crowd strike, you have everything dependent on a single system that they own. They can also take it away because it's theirs. So better be like, that's why I'm like, I was walking 3 miles the other day. I was like, man, this is a lot harder than it used to be. I need to get on my this machine that I'm in needs to be moving and flowing, because I don't live in this pretend digital world. I live where the rubber meets the road when it's all said and done. This is a great tool. We're here talking. I love it. I can research stuff instead of going to the library, you know. But yeah,
I
sorry.
totally agree. Like I'm pushing it like as much as I can. I'm getting close to my half a decade now, just about hitting the half decade point. So it's important to push those, to keep the pumps pumping. Speaking of pumping, we've got the slick dissident in the house. Pump it up, pump the jam. He's the man of the Enneagram man. He's also got a lot of very interesting, very authentic ideas to share. Go and check out his channel. Check out the channels of everybody here. Welcome, dear Slick. I hope you're with us. Hope you can hear us. I hope you're not being attacked. There's no sound coming through, but it's not you know what I'm going to recommend, Slick? Go and click on the settings, and in settings go to audio, and on audio go into your mic and click what it says. I love you more than anything in the world. Did you hurt me? I said I love you more than anything in the world. Of course I heard you. Yeah, Slick brother. If you go and check that place that I said to you in settings, audio, you might find that you've got different option mics that you can enable. If you click that tab, a little window will pop up, and you might have two different mic options, and you click the one, it might fix up the issue, because it seems like it's the StreamYard is actively connecting you, so there are no problems on the StreamYard. Much love. So
Yeah, these heathens. Slick's a heathen. He doesn't listen. These heathens don't listen. No, I'm just kidding.
We're like the Otopis in South Africa. We have a word. It's called Otopis, like slightly almost. What do you call them? People who have like sort of tried to hide away from technology as much as possible. Just had to sort of accept. You know, do you know how long I tried to live without a cell phone or a mobile phone? I lived without a mobile phone until it got to the point where like it was becoming a problem. I was like, you need a mobile phone. These days, you need a mobile phone to access your internet, to access, stuff. Like you want a YouTube account? Well, these days you need to authenticate with a cell phone number. They really want your phone. Have you noticed that? All the big companies, all the big ones, they really want your phone number. They really want you to have this added security where you have to use your phone, which means that they've got some kind of doorway into your phone. You know why? Because that phone's always with you. It's always listening to you. It's always watching you. It's always, look at that little cute little pumpkin. Hi.
Sweet. That's such a cutie.
Shoo. Talk about the cutest pumpkin you ever seen. Hey? We got to get that like full screen here.
Why are you letting it wave? That's so
Look at
sweet.
that little pumpkin. Ooh, he just ate.
It's
Did he
really
do something?
adorable.
You can learn from the dogs. He or she does not care about. You want to talk about living in the now? Those dogs, man. I'm telling you, that's why I learned so much from dogs. It's incredible.
I kind of wanted to something you were saying, Ronan, because I was thinking about like the whole idea where you're talking about like being disconnected from like world events. I think one of the other downsides of technology and social media is that we don't really get a chance to be truly alone anymore, truly alone with our thoughts and our feelings, and just sort of being by yourself. It's like you're always plugged into what's going on in the world, what's going on in culture. We can never just like develop that individual perspective and come up with our own ideas.
Yeah, and Cosmic, that brings a lot of separation, right? Import whatever hue of your skin, etc. When typically we know you throw some kids of whoever in a sandbox, they're just going to play. They don't care, right? So even yeah, you get the that's why I was like, you know, the influence and the original thought, and even if you are not into current events and watching the Kardashians or whatever, it can still seep in, and you kind of instead of being yeah, cosmic, because then you have to sit and sift through. Someone in this chat said sift through which is which is malware from outside and which is original nature. You know, obviously the default is are you operating in fear or are you operating in love? That's kind of the question, how I kind of go, am I doing or thinking the right thing? What would love, you know, how would that operate? And that's kind of my little helpful compass calibration thing. But of course,
like
the Russians are going to kill you, or the you know, the whites or the blacks, or insert whoever, the Muslims, the you know, the Democrats, and the, you know, the whoever's, right, insert whatever, someone's going to get you. But yeah, this alone time, having alone, yeah, you have your cell phone anytime you're bored. I don't know about you guys, man, but I do reach for this little cell sometimes just to see what's going on out of boredom, and when I could just literally sit in my own imagination and contemplate, which I do often.
And you know, the other aspect of phones that I find is another aspect, it's time. You know, I've been thinking lately, like, how much time seems to move faster when you're like aware of like these numbers. Like, you know, it's like for me it's 1:35, you know, p.m. But I always find it so interesting, like when in some of my kind of like experiments and, you know, altered states, where you try to forget what time it is, what time of the day it is. Like, and when you don't have that specific knowledge, it's like you kind of, in a way, can kind of step outside of time. You can kind of look at things from different perspectives. Whereas with these phones, it's like you always have that reminder of what time it is, what day of the week it is, what month, what year. It's like you never get to like step away from that. And it's like, I think to myself, like, I'm probably the last generation of probably people who didn't really grow up with social media as a child. I'm basically in my mid 30s, but I think of people who were born like, you know, in the year 2000 and past, it's like they never really knew, you know, a world, this sort of this timeless kind of primordial, you know, world that we live in. They live in this the world of clockwork, like going back again to the idea of the deist God as a divine clockmaker thing, is you know, we're stuck in clock land.
Check. Am I coming through? Nice.
Yes,
Yeah, buddy.
brother.
That's a great point. You know, I always recommend to people to go on a fast from grammar and take a retreat, go camping for a few days, and don't talk. Don't let anybody fill your space with words. And fasting from grammar grants us a fascinating clarity. And pay attention to when you go back into the world. The way that words impact you, fresh and anew, is an enlightenment in and of itself. And while you're out there fasting from grammar, enjoy the sound of the food you're chomping on. Enjoy the sound of your digestion. You know, let your body speak to you. What you just said about the clock and the time and the days and the month and the numbers of all that, that is a hard thing to fast from. But I recommend that as well. I had a span 2 months ago where I was between jobs and there was no work and I literally was off the calendar and I enjoyed it so much. And, you know, when I did tap into the collective and I was reminded what day it was very much like coming back from a fast from grammar and realizing, oh yeah, today's Monday for everybody, but not me. So I was getting a strange pleasure out of not being plugged in. And so that's a hard thing to fast from, but I love that you pointed that out. There are so many things that we can take time to remove our psyche from. And when you come back into it, just be aware of its effects on you, and that increases, your Jedi sensitivities to a large degree. That's a great point. And it also, I think, it reinforces everybody's belief that we live in a simulation. I think that sets up the framework for people to, see this as the Matrix, because in a way, the Matrix narrative is not wrong. It's not wrong, but it's empowering to know how to address it in its components, in its separate parts. That grammar is one aspect and time is yet another aspect. And so you can kind of parse out the mechanics of that collective illusion. I love that you pointed out how hard it is to get outside of time.
So Slick, let me ask you a question. And by the way, I've always considered it the commerce calendar, the Gregorian, because I took off work like a year and a half about last year, and I had no idea what day it was, and I was in total bliss. I was off the commerce calendar. But are we being hypocrites? We're always out here yapping online to people, sharing our ideas. Should we just embrace stoicism? And you have a great idea, right, Slick? Oh, I just had a wonderful epiphany. Are we why share, are we being hypocrites? And I feel like I've asked this in other ways in other places, but I'm just curious. We're talking about listening to other people on the phone and limiting our detoxing, and then we're out here yapping all the time about stuff. Are we hypocrites or no?
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, potent question, man. Such a potent question. It's true. We are hypocrites. I self-deprecate all the time, calling myself a hypocrite, because one of many definitions of hypocrite is simply an actor. And when we come on this stage and we put our best foot forward and we wear our most the face of who we want to project onto the world, we are by definition being a hypocrite, because I don't come online and tell people the deepest depths of my problems. I come online to motivate people, but in a fun way. We're meeting the battle on the battlefield of attention. And I think it is rewarding to consider that every minute you listen to us is a minute that you're not listening to the illusion, And so the most honesty and candor that we bring forward makes us a choice hypocrite, a superior hypocrite to what you get in the mind's dream media. So you are correct. And I love that you mentioned stoicism too, because if I was a good stoic, I would not be here. If I was a really good stoic, I would not be here trying to tell other people what to think or redirect thoughts. So it's both hypocritical and anti-stoic for me to even presume to influence other people's bubbles or reality tunnels. But that's a price, that price we pay. Uh, there's a phrase that I love. Um, Hypocrisy is the price or the tithing that vice pays to virtue. And so when I give somebody advice, it's easier to give advice than to take your own. And so when I tell somebody, yeah, do this or maybe it's better this way, I'm projecting it for the other person's benefit. But in my own personal life, I also am taking notes that I should follow my own words and live up to my offering. I should live up to my offering to other people. So yeah, those are that's such a powerful question. Are we hypocrites? And if we were really good stoics, would we be here talking at all? It's very profound. Yeah. you- Guilty. I'm just going to say guilty.
That's interesting, because it's a question I often ask myself. I mean, I don't really have the luxury to be able to just take time off due to, like, financial concerns, and I do sort of unplug from the calendar, as it were, as much as I can. I keep my clients list to a short distance in the front of me, and I work day by day by day, not so much dates. Like next Saturday I've got so, and then next Friday, this Friday I'm like a week in advance. I don't allow myself to go further than a week in advance. If people want to like book me further in advance, I'm like, no, I don't do it. Because it's I like to keep it as fluid as possible. But what I do, and I think what we can do is, for example, like for me, the first 2 or 3 hours of every day is this sacred time. And in that time, it's the mountain, it's listening to the wind, it's watching the sunrise, it's trying to get back to that little bit of that every day and to bring it in. And I think that's what we can do. I wonder if we can just unplug. I mean, I spent much of my life unplugged before I was a parent. So I lived in the jungles without clocks and time, and took, vows of silence where I wouldn't speak for like a month. Like, it's interesting when you don't hear your voice for a month. And when you do start talking, and you're like hoarse. Did you know that you get hoarse if you haven't spoken for like more than a month? You can't talk. You actually have to learn to talk again. It's very weird. But so I've done the extremes of it, and I'm often on my own case. This is why I make that point of my mornings. I will wake up, like Ronan says, I'll push that mountain with my feet to get that balanced little bit of exercise in. I got to do my 5-6 kilometers every day, 3Ks up, 3Ks down. I got to get the sunrise in. I've got to have the first 2 hours, and at the same time, get my child, my boy, to experience this. So I think the best that we can normally do for most of us in society, because if you're a parent, you never get time off, right? Like, there's no
You
day off being a dad. I'm
Isn't
a
it?
dad. Yeah.
So this is another reason why this is an old agenda, bringing us to where we are today, taking us off of lunar time, right? Lunar phase time, which is anyone can use it. You don't need any equipment, into the sun time, right? Which is more masculine. And then taking time into, when you write something down, that is, you're there's very powerful in just writing it down. So in order to get to this whole AI place where we're in transhumanism, you have to actually put time down into numbers and organized in a way, because all these computers also need time. They need to sync up their time. And it's funny, I work in the IT, and no matter what, time does continually slip, even even when you use GPS. But that's one of the reasons I believe you and all those old back to the feminine. I mean, all those old original kind of beliefs were actually goddesses, and then they move in lunar, and then they move into solar, and more male deities mostly, right? And then again, just to repeat, the goal is to get to where we are today, where you can measure all this time and have it written down in the ones and zeros, and control, give the illusion of controlling time. And now you're on the rat race, running around in a 7-day cycle. You get 2 of them off in most cases. So just want to share that thought before it was fleeting. Everything has to be in a genre.
I kind of want to data dump a little, and I got a question. Yeah. I want to data dump a little and ask a question for Shaman, and I got a cruise. I got a few things on the to-do list today, but and I just I am so inclined to honor the lunar calendar more. Just recently on my channel, I've discovered I discovered the Navratri cycles of the Hindu observance about a year ago, and discovered that the 9 Devis of the Navratri are powerfully corresponding to the 9 muses of Greece that I had also unveiled from the symposium, from Plato's symposium. And unveiling the muses for me was rewarding. I was eager to share it with everybody, and to kind of empower everybody to move into their art and to be familiar with the root, the core foundation of where their art comes from. And there's something a little alarming about the fact that AI is putting a lot of artists out of business. And I see AI as a 10th muse, or a muse that intends to consume all the other muses. And so I have a real protective sense about keeping these muses uh, both personal and sanctified, and not let too much of the projection to vilify them at all, because it is really empowering for everybody to not just find your one muse. You know, a lot of these muses, they work together. You know, if you cover your body in paint and roll around on the ground and make a body painting, you're actually engaging with multiple muses at once, especially if you do it to music. So there's a lot of alchemy in the potential of what the muses are. There are certain individuals out there right now, Sherry knows who I'm talking about, who are really enthusiastic about the muse. And when they get done saying, yeah, praise the muse, they all close off with, Hail Satan. And I'm like, you bastards are going to shitcoat the muses with satanic uh, projection or presumption, or I don't know. I don't know. It's dark. And so while I was worried about protecting the muses from AI, these guys in some other camp, they're they're gonna shitcoat the muses with Satan. And that really frustrates me. And in fact, I kind of hope they don't come to my channel. I hope they don't get familiar with the muses and the flavor that I prefer. And I don't know who I presume to be to even protect the muses, because they don't need me. They're going to be fine even if you do put them in a satanic context. So that's kind of my plight right now. I'm feeling hypocritical, and I'm feeling, you know, unworthy of being some protector, because they don't need me. They're going to do just fine. But I want to, Franklin, I want to ask you about Navratri, because recently I discovered that there are actually 4 Navratris observed throughout the year, and they are syncopating heavily to the lunar calendar. And just this is hard to bring evidence to, but the Antikythera mechanism was syncopated to a lunar calendar, and the numbers of holes in the Antikythera mechanism gives it strong correspondence to the Navaratri and the observance of the lunar calendar. I'm just going to kind of throw this theory out there. I think that media has targeted the divine feminine through the lunar calendar. And if we're all looking at the solar calendar trying to pick out patterns, we're not going to see it, because it's a different calendar. And if they're operating on the lunar calendar with mass trauma events, they're not targeting the public face masculine aspect. They're actually targeting the feminine aspect, because the ladies, their bodies are syncopated to the Antikythera and to the moon. And so in a strange way, they're operating in the private subconscious, where the divine feminine is a little bit more vulnerable. So I'm going to do a better job of paying attention to the lunar calendar. And it's so strange that I keep putting myself in a protective role, but I think just talking about it or bringing it to the table in the forefront is important, that we see that there are other patterns other than the public facing solar obvious. Something going on with the divine feminine in the lunar. But Franklin, what can you tell me about Navaratri and those Devis? Because I'm finding their significance. I'll just say this: the Trump event happened on Ka'al Ratri's day of the Navaratri. And that fact, you can come to my channel to kind of see how it syncs up on the calendar. That fact really alarms me, because Ka'al Ratri is kind of a very destructive energy. And I just find it, yeah, a bit alarming that that these systems actually have a way to address them and perceive them. And I think I'd like to know more about the Navaratri, if you can tell me anything, Franklin.
Well, I can't claim to be an expert. Um, I didn't really realize that there were four. I mean, in India they really speak about two, but there are actually four, which is interesting. Um, they relate to, interestingly enough, to overcoming demons from a classical perspective. So the Navratri, okay, so you've got the 9 influences in your life. These are planetary influences, or you could call them the muses, but they see them as both being positive and negative. You know, the 1 is the sun, the 2 is the moon, the 3 is Jupiter, the 4 is both the sun, but it's also the head of the dragon, in as much as they are connected. 5 is Mercury, 6 is Venus, 7 is both the moon, but actually specifically the tail of the dragon. So we got the south node that's relevant here. 8 obviously is Saturn, and 9 is Mars. And so these 9 powers have 9 beneficiary potentials and 9 demonic, if I can use that term very slangly, loosely, elements to them. And so in our Shastra, in our charts, these 9 doors are where evil, another word I'm slinging around loosely, can enter into our psyches, our bodies, our sphere, our world, our life. So the fact that what you're saying is really interesting. I think I'm going to look at it more often. I actually try and I'll be honest with you. I'm like almost where Ronan's at, where I try not to know too much about what's going on in the world, because I've already like sort of figured out that this is a transhumanist agenda going, and they're like trying to like prime us. I'm trying to sort of protect myself from not being affected too much. But I think you're totally right. They are definitely with Luna. I've noticed at times certain Shiva holidays, certain old sacred points in the calendar are when things are happening, and it has a lot to do with repriming us back to our sort of subconscious forces, because we've been primed into the solar calendar for quite a while now, but not that long. So in our egregoric memory, these subconscious currents are very much lunar, like Ronan was saying. More than that, about the Shastra and the Navratri, I can't really pretend to be an authority on it, but I can tell you now that it is probably one of the most important times for any Shiva devotee, because the Mahakali is present in the Navratri, and even though Navratan is relating to Vishnu, is relating to the preservation of life, it's very much celebrated in the Shiva parts of the Himalaya. It's the big festival. It's 9 days. Basically, you guys would love it. It's full chillums, dolaki, and singing hymns for 9 days from morning to evening.
Wow.
You find a temple and you get in there and you sing and you play the drum and you sing and you play. And the whole point of the festival is to distract yourself from anything worldly and just focus on getting yourself into a
Franklin?
trance. Yeah.
What you were saying about them taking things from the Hindu and Buddhist teachings is kind of true, because if you look at CERN, there's a huge image, a statue built there from Shiva, the destroyer. So they're basically, Satanists basically use everything that is good and sacred for their own sick benefits and purposes.
You know, I think that much like I think what I'm inclined to say is that we should maybe tune in to the Navratri, which moves around throughout the year because it's on a lunar calendar. So you got to kind of keep your wits about you on that timing. But I think I might want to postulate that those 9 days of observance would be powerful if we started to tune out to the collective and tune in to your own pilgrimage on those days, so that you're not participating in the mass homunculus that they're trying to sync us up to, and then come back to the world after the 9 days and get all the bad news that you missed out on, you know, integrated in your own way, but you're absent from the moment of the trauma, because those are the teachable moments when all the signs and symbols will be flashed and uh, I think somewhat nefariously impacted onto us. So they presume that we will pass that inheritance to the next generation. And I think it would be very powerful for people to just fast from the world and go on your own personal Navaratri, and then come back at the end and be like, all right, tell me the Cliff Notes version of what I missed, so that you can kind of have a sanitation from the trauma.
Exactly. That's kind of what I do automatically. When big events are supposed to happen, I usually just switch offline and just don't watch it. And look, after a few days, I'll look at it and then I'll catch up.
Yeah, the whole and it's interesting that you mentioned that is the Nataraj. I went to look at a picture of the statue. That's the dancing Shiva. It's called the Nataraj, and the Nataraj is interesting. It's the dance of liberation. That's the shaman dance. Essentially, it's the dance of the shaman, the dance that liberates you from your body, from your life, from everything, so that you can travel out into the universal consciousness, experience the domain of life and beyond, and prepare yourself for the beyond, and gain the wisdom and the power of over all of the elements in the process of the dance, which is essentially what the Shiva path is really about. It's about gaining the powers of the Holy Spirit. So the fact that CERN is using this, I think they're trying to tell us that the Nataraj dance is how you open a portal. And you open a portal so you can leave your body, so you can travel out of your body. So that's what the Nataraj is all about. The ignorance that is destroyed is the ignorance of the physical limitations. And in the destruction of the limitations of the physical, one is freely able to fly out into the other dream time. Though I think they're trying to explain to us that CERN is a kind of a place that will liberate us. So the idea that CERN will liberate us from our limitations and will also open new doors of possibility sort of makes us think about, are they using CERN to open portals? And once again, this comes back to the whole idea of the demonic possession. What I'm calling loosely with slang talk, demonic possession, is I believe that the AI systems are able to be interfaced with from otherworldly perspective, and that otherworldly beings are able to interface, because my experience with otherworldly beings, and it's something that I do. It's part of my job. So if people have a polterkinetic entity in their home, and it's people are getting hurt and their lives are threatened, or they're afraid, and then I'll be called in, and I'll get them out of their home, and I'll go into their home alone in the evening, spend the evening in their home, and do my Nataraj work. So that's basically, how can I put it? I think it's sort of fundamental to understanding that these other consciousnesses and elements and intelligences are around. They do exist. They can interface with reality through us. So the people in the house, their own etheric mist can be used to manipulate matter for telekinetic purposes, for example. Obviously, these entities can't interact with reality unless they have a host to interact through. And I think the AI can become a sort of temporary kind of a host. And this brings me back to the point of what was it called? These automatons that were called spirit vehicles the Bhuta Vahana Yantra that the Buddha created, where these were warriors that would protect the relics of the Buddha, and they would be possessed by beings that had crossed over. And so we've got Pali writings of this being done thousands of years ago, 2,500 years ago. They had this technology, which is very interesting. And I think that using CERN might be a way to be able to create connections with the other side so that there could be a clear interface. I don't claim to know exactly how the CERN thing works, but I have experienced portals. I have experienced one opening in front of me. Literally, spiraling blue thing that's opening up, and there were other beings on the other side of that obviously wanted to interact somehow with me or where I was. So I do think that there's more to this
Were they
what
cool
meets the
or
eye.
jerk? Did they seem cool? Did they seem cool, Franklin, or did they seem not? Did they seem like
no? I attacked the portal.
Nice?
Yeah, man.
It was in a very dark space. It was in a very dark space, and I wasn't as clear as I am now. I didn't have the experience. I had the ESP potential, and my dog first noticed it, freaking out. And so I went to see, why is my dog freaking out? And my dog was like barking and growling, and I thought there was an intruder, someone trying to break into our house. I was only 16, and it was a workshop area for a potter, Stuart, who was my mom's partner. He had built a huge workshop, but the lights were controlled from inside. I had to go in to turn on electrical switches in the house in order to generate the light, the electricity to light up the place. And I didn't want to go into the house and come back, because if there was someone in there, there was only one way in there. And then I had basically caught them in there. So it was pitch dark. I couldn't see anything. But I figured that I had a better chance against them in the dark than what they had against me because of my training. So I went in there ready to strike. And I moved quietly, because I could move very quietly, and I was barefoot. And I moved quietly in, and because I know the layout of where the tables were and where the kiln was, it was a big space. I understood the space, and I quietly went in there to listen for breathing. And my dog was freaking out. She wouldn't even come in there. And I could smell it like a stench, like a weird kind of not quite electrical smell, like a kind of a sour, a very weird smell. That's very distinctive. And then I got the impression there's nobody in here. I closed my eyes and I used my energy to feel where someone was, because I wanted to feel them in the darkness and confront them in the dark, because you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. They couldn't see me or hear me. So I felt like I had the total edge, right? They didn't know I was coming in there. I knew they were in there. I was going to clobber whoever was in there, like seriously backhand them. I know where the furniture is. I can use my knowledge against them in a dark space. They didn't stand a chance against me. And that's when it happened. The sound started, woo, 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 woo. And then this blue light started and the whole room lit up. And this blue spiral started in the space right in front of me. And I was like, holy crap. And it started to become bigger and bigger and bigger until it was like getting bigger, like more than a meter. And I could see or sense somehow beings on the other side. And the smell got strong, like a kind of a electrical smell, but not like an electrical smell, like a kind of a smell you might get in certain chemical
Copying
areas.
machine, like you're in a copying machine room. That
I
kind
wouldn't
of
say
smell.
coffee. No, it had a stench. It had a horrible stink. I love the smell of coffee. It had like a
No,
kind
not
of a
coffee,
stink.
copy.
Oh,
No, those copy machines, those kopieerapparaten.
okay.
That it kind of smells like that, but
Yeah, well,
only more intense.
Yeah, it was just this hectic smell, and I didn't know what to do. And the only thing I thought to do was to focus my energy, because I could project key when I was young. I'd learned how to do it. So I focused all of my energy into my hand, and I struck that portal with all my power, with the biggest ki I could muster, and it shut.
Well done.
Yeah,
Yeah, buddy.
That's,
but
man.
That was a demon opening a portal
Hey
for
guys,
other
they were
demons to
dim.
come through.
I'm
They
gonna
were
I'm gonna
dim.
So it's a good thing that you shut it.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off. And don't let me interrupt the flow. I love your stories, Franklin. That's incredible. But I'm gonna drop off. I will be listening on the YouTube. But I just want to leave real quick with this. This is what I'm currently feel that I need to do and that I'm working on myself. And this is one reason why I've kind of dropped off doing a lot of things. And I still feel a pull to yap, but I don't really. It's not in my I don't really feel it in my spirit anymore. So my goals and intentions right now are on getting lighter, as opposed to dense and heavy. All of my actions and focus is on getting lighter. So that's however that manifests for me. That if that resonates with anyone, cool. But that's what I'm working on. So I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm wondering if that portal you felt heavy, if you felt a heaviness or not. Because I'm curious. Because again, I had a calling to come out and yap to the public and share my take on things, and now I feel that I've done what I had to do. So I'm going more inward and working on myself and practicing what I preach. And again, that message feels to be that I need to work on getting lighter. So I'll drop off with that. And I'm curious if that portal felt any heaviness, but keep going. Appreciate each and every one of you. And I'll be listening and I'll be in the chat. Thank you. Gratitude. Love.
Honor having you. Thank you for joining us. And Gabriel, brother, and have a great day, dear brother. Gabriel, back to what you were saying about the Durga Navratri. Is it Navratri? Am I getting Durga Navratri festival? I didn't even realize that there was a Navratri at that time. To be honest, which Navratri was it?
It's called the Magha Gupta Navratri. And Gupta literally means hidden. And it's not hidden anymore. I am keeping it on my radar. And I kind of got a slide out as well. But, I want to kind of offer this to folks. So, one of my favorite jobs I've ever had was a bullet man scenario based self defense trainer, where we would create a sacred space for people to come and learn how to deal with conflict resolution on all of the scales, the full spectrum of conflict resolution, all the way from just verbal into low grade physical, into high grade physical. And then on the last day, the last 2 days, we did firearms training. And the firearms training was so intense, everybody's adrenaline was peak, and it was borderline overdose. But it's very significant that you've gone through 4 to 5 days of real powerful adrenaline, and now you're really being taxed and being asked to think with clarity after almost a week of adrenalizing up and down all week. And at the end of the firearms training, everybody gets to do a personal scenario. And in that personal scenario, people are literally, we will recreate scenarios for people so they can live through the worst moments of their life and rewire themselves so that they can enter back, much like a portal. And I should just say this: adrenaline is what opens the portal. And so on the last day, people get to go back in time and reenact their scenario. Some people had been assaulted in a car, And so the padded assailant would go into the car. We would go in the car and reenact these situations. And it's really powerful because the person in the suit is activating other people's shadow for the other people's benefit. But then when I came home after becoming other people's bad guy intentionally, it took me weeks to shed the shadow that I had put on for those people. It took me forever. And quick story, I was 3 days after the training. I was pulling up to my house with my kiddo and my kiddo's mama. It was like 12 at night. We had just got done with a wedding, and I turned the headlights off of the car, and we're just gonna transport the baby into the house, and her mom says to me, "Was that a person?" And I didn't even have to turn the lights back on to look. I still had the tacky psyche, and I realized exactly what she was talking about without having to see it. I could see it in my psyche that there was a freaking dude hiding out in our front yard, pressed up against the shed trying to, uh he was, like, right there in the spotlights, but I had somehow been oblivious to it in the exact moment that it happened. She was dialed in, she brought it to my awareness, but I was able to actually, rewind 5 seconds and be like, "Yeah, there was a fucking dude right there." And so I turned the headlights on high beam, and I walked up on homie, and I fucking went full tilt, padded assailant. I basically mugged the dude, verbally, because, words get you way further than weapons. So I went up on the dude, and as I'm approaching him, I realize he's not old enough. He's not old enough for me to use my hands on him. So yeah, I verbally assaulted that little bugger and scared him and his buddy off. And as they pedaled off I think they were spray painting the alleyway behind our house. And so as they pedaled off on their bikes, I got in the car and chased them a fucking 4 or 5 blocks to try to find out which direction they live so they know that I got their number. Anyway, that's a fun story. But I just want everybody to know that, adrenaline is what opens the gates. And that's why kung fu is so important. We know how to be the master of our own chemistry set. You know how to modulate through the breath. And modulating through the breath is, a practice of sanitation and knowing how to dial it up and dial it down on a dime. And so I definitely recommend everybody pay attention to the Navaratri cycles and maybe use those windows as a chance to fast from the collective and stay level and even keeled because the collective is going to be, adrenaline dumping for those 9 days. And now that I know this pattern, I'm going to integrate it into my own practices. And I just want to pay that forward to everybody that we should withdraw our adrenal contributions. Withdraw your adrenal contribution to the collective. And that is to say, get off the coffee, get off the tea, and focus on just breathing through it. And the more people we get on the program to extract our contribution to the collective homunculus, the more autonomy we will have in our own spiritual paths. So that's the best I can, pay forward as an experienced bullet man trainer. Uh, I think it's very important that we're not participating, especially if we have a good sense of when to be, cautious and centered. So with that, I think I gotta slide out, everybody, but I love all of you, and, I am honored to be your speculative tip of the spear and, maybe unveil some of the tomfuckery. So,
Well,
big love and
God bless
respect,
you.
everybody. Much power, much wisdom, much strength, and reticence.
It was
Much
wonderful
respect.
hearing you here again.
And thank you for joining us and honoring us with your insights. Bullet Man, that sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? It sounds like um like it's a rock and roll kind. It's like a rock and roll martial arts training scene, like I'm a bullet man, rah. You can make a movie about that. It sounds pretty cool. Sounds like a good training practice as well, because it's no matter how well you're trained in martial arts or whatever, the tomfuckery happens when you're not expecting it. When you're sitting in your car, when you're, because like you say, if people are gonna try and their luck with you, they're gonna wait for the moment that you're not ready. Yeah, which is funny. And so I suppose that's really good, because going through that whole the kidneys are the adrenal glands. It's where we store our fear. So this comes back to obviously back to the work of Indy Sage, shadow work. Shadow work's important, but I love your idea of fasting on the Navratri. I mean, it's actually what people do in Vedic culture. They use that time to
Yeah.
fast from all stuff and just absorb themselves in music.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll be playing this back later in the day and dropping some comments here and there, but I love all of you. Much strength and respect.
Om Shanti, blessed be. And what do you guys think about that? About the the Navratri time frame being when a lot of these things are being dropped. I don't know what you think, Indy, because that's a big time for shadow work, isn't it? The Navratri, those 9 days, are essentially it's probably one of the most powerful constellation times for doing shadow work.
Yeah, I would think so. Do you know when those days are?
It's a lunar calendar.
Hmm.
I know that there was a Navratri in, when was it? Was it February, March, and October? That's right. So there's one in February, March, and there's one in October. The next one will be in the 3rd of October till the 12th of October. Then I'm sure there was one in February, because the way I've followed it is that there's two, but Gabriel's completely right that there's 4. But the way the main one, I think, is in October. The
Okay.
main one that's normally done in the Himalaya, it's before winter. As you're going into winter. But it depends on what is the alignment depending on Navratri alignment. Obviously, the moon getting aligned with planetary. So, no, I'm not finding any luck here, but it's got to do with the moon and the full moon in relation to the where you're going through the equinox points, the 4 points of the compass, and when the moon is aligned with going into the cycle, I think it's aligning with Sirius. I think Sirius has got a part of it, but it's got more to do with the lunar presence, because in those 4 points, we're in a particular angle in relation. Like now, we are in the Lion's Gate, and we've just passed the solar solstice a while ago, and so Sirius is aligned now with Leo, with Earth, and so there'll be 4 places that will be aligned according to Sirius, and there'll be 4 different points where the moon will be. But it's when the moon gets there that Navratri is engaged. So it's obviously relating to the Punami, the Punama, the full moons of it, and so you'd have to take a look at the lunar calendar for that, because it's not a solar date. Very difficult to track for me conceptually.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at tracking heavenly bodies, but when it comes to the lunar calendar, it just I've got to look at lists.
Yeah, the moon and all its symbolism has a lot of parallels with shadow work, of course. Also, the fact that there's a celebration that's going to be in the fall. Autumn is kind of indicative of like the dark night of the soul, and which is a process in which one goes in shadow work. So, if you're trying to engage in this modality of self mastery, you will go into a point where you're ready to um, turn around from being in denial and blaming others for all the problems in the world and your issues to starting to understand that the individual has responsibility for their own personal issues within that will affect how they see the rest of the world. And so you can start to begin with the forgiveness of others who you used to blame. Ultimately, you're going to forgive yourself for misleading yourself and living in denial to blame others to withhold your healing of your wounds. We carry these emotional wounds in our emotional bodies, sometimes for decades and sometimes for lifetimes. And when what we can do is we can, in these times that are the representative of transformation, when we have the spiritual tools and the support network, we can go into this dark time where we're going into our shadow within, and we're seeing what our old programming was that told us to shy away an authentic aspect of ourselves and hide it, and it was demonized. And of course, any aspect can, like anything, can be done in excess and can be toxic, but there's a valid aspect to all things, and there's ways that it can be done constructively. So if what was hidden within you was anger, or it was sadness, or it was fear, and you've tried to live to prove that you don't have that, but you've hidden it from yourself, you can learn to use that to your advantage. I had issues with anger, and I found there's some great wisdom in the literature by Arjun Gandhi, the son of Mahatma Gandhi, about the gift of anger. It's a wonderful book called The Gift of Anger, and we can use the power of anger to electrify our passions. Um, but if we let anger rule us, then anger can electrocute us and short circuit our possibilities and our powers. So that's just one aspect of transformation that begins with Dark Night of the Soul. When we get
I
reborn
think
in
that's completely on point. The anger fear connection.
Mhm.
People forget that we feed our fear with our anger.
Indeed, it's all connected. Anger is a rejection of fear, and so it comes from a root of fear, trying to fight to change, not wanting things to be the way they are.
Yeah, I find it incredible. Like I've actually you were asking me about Navratri, and I actually looked it up now. So the last one was 9th of April till the 17th of April. That was a big one, which are the two main ones. But then you'll notice that 6th of July to 15th of July was another one. And you'll notice that it comes after the 4 points of the compass of the year, the equinoxes, the solar part of the year and the winter part of the year, right? Those four sacred days. And it's obviously after the new moon leading up towards the full moon, because it's a 9-day festival. So it will normally be leading up towards the full moon, in the time that the moon is gaining power and gaining strength. And obviously the new moon is relating to Shiva, right? So the dark moon has just been passed, the new moon starts, and then after that the Navratri festival will start while the moon is growing. bringing that Shiva potential, Shiv Shakti, into activity from a deep shadow place within ourselves. And so it gives us the opportunity to overcome our shadow in a very powerful time, those particular days after the new moon, after the solstice. So it's related to the solstice. It's related to, and obviously the solstice is related also to our alignment. Sirius seems to have a big part of our solar year, interestingly enough, right? Which is when it's getting close to an alignment point, relating to our solar and winter year, and then obviously the equinox points between that. But I think that it's definitely something like Gabe's advice is really on point. I think we should be looking at that. Personally, I didn't know the whole Trump story had happened. And I didn't want to know too much about it. So I'm quite lucky in as much as I don't really follow the news. I try to stay a little bit ignorant when it comes to these things, because I'm not buying into any of the crap. I don't believe them. I don't believe the government. I don't believe all the propaganda. So for me, what seems to help for me is to have a healthy disbelief. Whatever they're selling me, it's probably nonsense. I probably don't need it. I probably don't want to buy it. That's where my attitude tends to be. And it's been that way since I was at school. Bless you, brother. I think that's probably the best thing. It's sort of like, if you have an attitude that all GMO food's poisonous, you don't want to even go near any of it. I don't want to research which GMO food's not poisonous, because as far as I'm concerned, they're all poisonous. I just want old school food, almost like have that attitude towards any GMO and try and avoid anything that's GMO as much as possible. And I think we need to treat the media as being GMO. I think that's really a big part of where we're at. And I think it's why we've lost. Now, getting back to to what we were discussing. So the beast from Revelations. Okay. That hasn't been mentioned yet, has it? We haven't mentioned that yet, have we? So what does the Revelations say? It says the beast will be ruling on earth. The beast will rule the earth. The keys of the earth will be given unto the beast. And the beast will rule on behalf of the adversary. And the beast will have 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads will be the 7 great nations of the world, or 7 great lands of the world, I think is translated as in the King James. And the 10 horns will be the 10 kings that rule but have no domain over which to rule. So it sounds like we're talking about the G7 and the G10. And that's what John says in Revelation. He says, to those that have ears, let them hear. The beast is 7 horns. The 7 horns represent this, and the 7 heads represent this, and the 10 horns represent this. So I think the G7 and the G10 are behind what's going on. Climate change, weather modification, creating the lack of food, right? With all of the COVID stuff that we've experienced, and stopping the production of food, and stopping corporate structures, and stopping people from working, and replacing their jobs with robots, so that the system will become lopsided, from a financial perspective, giving the huge corporations opportunity to make exceedingly large profits, and people not an opportunity to make profits, is basically what we're talking about. Causing the state to then have to look after the people, causing the state to have to require more money, which it can then use for stimuli packages. So it's a vicious little circle that we're caught in. But I do think that the beast, when we look in Revelations, it does seem that the beast will be ruling the earth. And I wonder whether this beast is what the G7 and the G10 have been putting all their energy into, is getting the world to be run by an AI system, essentially, to getting AI systems to run all of the different elements of our world. and have that AI system run by other AI systems until we have AI systems managing the world, because it's really easy for people to hide backstage if they aren't responsible. If there are no politicians that you're voting for and it's just an AI system, then you can't bring about any real change. And the AI system doesn't need to justify itself if it's in charge. It just does what it feels it needs to do. And if the AI system can control what information you get and what I get and what everybody gets, then it can literally send people from their homes to concentration camps. And none of us would even find out, because the internet would be controlled. The media would be controlled. Our phones would be controlled. I wouldn't even be able to tell my neighbors that it's happened if I saw it. Because if I tried to mention it to them, I would be being spied on by my phone. They would be spied on, and we would also go to camps. You see what I'm saying? And so they would be able to control who gets access to the information, and nobody would be able to know what's happened. And people would just be getting taken out and just disappearing, and nobody would be able to say anything about it. And they'd be able to concoct a story saying, oh, there's a virus going around and these people were suffering. We had to take them to a place to look after them. You see? And nobody would know what's the true story, what's the real story. So it's like, if an AI system is managing us, it would have all the cards. It would control our media, control our phones, control our communications. Your car wouldn't work. Your bank, you wouldn't be able to get access to finances. Your front door lock might not even work. And of course, you'll be living in a rented home, because like, we will own nothing and we'll be happy. Remember? so you won't even be able to break out of your own home, because you'd be a criminal. You're doing criminal damage to your own home. You see where I'm going? Like, how deranged can the laws become that you could be locked up in your own home, and if you try to break out, you're a criminal? So who knows what the potentials are? But if legislation is being managed by an AI system, it could implement whatever AI imperative it needs to, in order to do what it thinks is best, in order to regulate and manage people. So, and I'm being rather extremist here, and I'm using extreme examples to illustrate the darkest of scenario possibilities. We shouldn't live in fear, but we should be aware of how dangerous it is allowing AI to get into positions of control. So it's up to all of us, when it's being decided whether AI judges will be allowed, whether AI police units will be allowed, whether AI will be allowed to run our lives. It will be up to us to decide yes or no as a people. And we will have to then make the decisions and stand up for what we feel in, right? If our cabinets or our legislators want to bring in a new law that says AI judges are acceptable, that will be the point where we need to be on the streets with placards. We need to be saying, no, we will not be a part of the system. That'll be the point where everybody says, we're not paying tax to this government anymore. We need to get the whole government, the whole country on. You see how I said that and it blanked us off? But my point is, we do have power.
We do indeed have power. I think Franklin's frozen up here. As Franklin was mentioning, the one world government scenario that's been projected to us and is written on the dollar bill, that's a foreseen scenario that Manly P. Hall has a good lecture on, referring to the world banking system orchestrating the world government and changing our regime and our paradigm from Zionism in our current stage, and ending that, and then bringing in Satanism, and with it the beast, I guess you could say. That's a foreseen prophecy of the Freemasons, 33rd degree and higher, plan to unroll the future of America, as one of the heads of the beast. There's the military, the financial, the ideology, which goes into the religions aspects to the beast, but it's a beast of many nations as well. But you could say it's Saturnian secret society behind the elites is one of the aspects of it. The cabal, trilateral commission, Bilderberg's society, Rothschilds, and Rockefellers, and that bunch are involved in what we could consider the fallen patriarchy, the fascination with materialism, consumerism, mammonism, the worship of greed, the greed demon, mammon, is the world religion right now that people are not aware of, but it's become very much an effect where people are willing to do things for money, where they're violating their own morals and their own ethics to achieve profits at insatiable amounts of greed. People that get involved with materialism, you can always get more and more things and money, and so once you have things, and it involves more and more involvement with your things, and it's a frustrating process, being consumed by your possessions and things. So you own them, but they can also own you, and it's really gratifying to be able to release a lot of that stuff and to let it go. Which is something I'm working on myself. Be able to let go of some of my ridiculous hoarding of possessions that I tend to do. But I recently learned that hoarding can be the result of neglect and the affiliation with abandoned things, to give them the love that they didn't get, and have them be there for you when you need them, like your family wasn't there, something of the sort. So a lot of this stuff can tie back to old programming that we might be unaware of, where we felt maybe unworthy as a child or something, and things of the sort that can make a big impact on us more than we think. But you're worth it. More worthy.
I think that's such a beautiful piece of wisdom to be sharing, that we possess our possessions, but they possess us. And through our possessions possessing us, we can become possessed.
Yeah.
By more than just possessions.
Yeah, people value themselves sometimes by their bank account number and their wallet, and fail to see the value of things money can't buy sometimes. It's easy to get stuck in that trap in the way things are projected to us in the media and society. The things we're taught to value as much like carrot on a stick a lot of times. They're just dangling an illusion in front of us and having us chase it down. Whereas we're failing to see the important things beneath our feet, like the destruction of the soil, of farming soil across the globe with modern industrial farming techniques. It's been detrimental, and if we're not able to work on correcting that within the next few decades, it could take over a century to correct that and be able to have enough farming soil to provide for our nation in future times. So some things to consider are very simple things like being able to maybe compost your food, grow some food at your own home in your backyard, maybe store some food, maybe canning or jarring some food through seasons if you live places where there's cold seasons. Can be a very effective way to help have alternative coping mechanisms to relieve some of the pressure of the collapsing economy and the toxification of our food and medicine systems.
I think that's a big part of the psyops. And I think that that's really how we are being sort of manipulated mostly. And you know,
Yeah,
yeah.
but if they use this food weapon system to induce more body shame that's been pushed on us through religion and our societal indoctrination, it would make more sense for us to want to get away from these sick bodies that have kind of not worked out and come out of health, from eating the wrong things and being induced to indulgent diets that are not really helpful for the body, mind, and soul. It'd be easier to push us into this transhumanism. But if we're able to put ourselves in a place where we're in health and we can have our health be our wealth and our society, and be able to share and be able to um, give to our community, that's some of the most best things for us to be able to have gratitude for our world, and be able to share is some of the more gratifying things that can really give us inner peace and happiness within our hearts. And having a lot of money is something they put up on a pedestal, where we want to be able to have this power, to have this big place. But once you get to be that point where you have to have somebody to take care of all these things, it starts to sometimes become too much of a burden in itself. And so what we say in Taoism is that the journey is the destination. So if you can enjoy yourself humble now in your outset, and you're going somewhere else where you want to think is better, and you enjoy your time where you're at now, and you might be giving and connected to your community, and then you might get to a place where you got all that money you thought you wanted, and you have all these new friends, and you're starting to lose track of the people you can really trust. um, you might turn back and go back to the place where you came, from which you started, and realize that the place that I began from was the best place, but I didn't realize what I had until I lost it. So sometimes that's the case. That was what happened in the story of the alchemist. A little bit of dance.
Totally agree. I think that's brilliantly put, and I also agree. With the agenda of poisoning our bodies and creating these forms of disease, which is mostly nutrient based. Most diseases we're suffering from is a deficiency of certain nutrients, or overpopulation of certain nutrients. We're not eating the right food, that's creating a consequence. Like, most people have got heart disease, or they've got diabetes, or they've got heavy metal poisoning from the foods that they've been eating, which is affecting their neurological system and the hormonal systems. Or they've been eating too many preservatives from processed food, which means they have psychological problems, hormonal neurological issues as a result of too much sodium benzoate and all the other preservative rubbishes that go in producing ADD, ADHD, AAA, BBB, DDD, all the other letter and numbers they're going to invent for these mental illnesses, which are actually food related. And then, of course, add that to the fact that we are being grilled by microwave most of the time, that the 5G, like, phone services were fine before 5G. We didn't need to upgrade to 5G. Things were working fine, but in order for their plan to work, 5G had to happen. Our phones had to become extra grill worthy. And then, of course, they wanted to make it that everything is based on your phone. So you need your phone to do everything. Like, unlock your email account, you need your phone. Log into your YouTube, you need your phone. Log into your bank account, you need your phone. Even if you use the internet, you want to do your banking, you've got to go on your phone to authenticate. Everything's authenticated via cell phone these days. So they've made it that our phones are so important to us that we've got to keep them close to hand, because we need them for everything. And so this is how our world is being sort of sculpted. And I think the phones are radiating us excessively. We're being radiated, we're being badly fed, and this is causing all the illnesses in the body, which is what's basically going to cause people to go, you know what? I don't want to leave this world at age 40 because of a health problem. I'll take that new body they're giving me, and it'll be proprietary software, proprietary owned body. There'll be terms and conditions, right? And then they'll have you on their hook, because then the very body you've got will be one they've given you. And it's very interesting how they've taken the divine, the idea of eternal life, right? Which is the philosopher's stone, which is the message of, like, Yeshua, or Emmanuel, or whichever tradition. Even the Taoists are very much longevity, eternal life. Whichever spiritual tradition you come from, it seems to be rather fundamental that this longevity and eternal life is really what we're all aiming towards. And they giving us this spiritual thing. Like Aaron said at the beginning of the show, he was shocked by Elon Musk saying that the Neuralink will be able to give you a psychedelic experience of the divine, of having a spiritual experience through the Neuralink that will be safer than psychedelics. My gosh, safer for who? Safer for them, right?
Yeah.
Who's hiding behind the AI? Because if we take psychedelics, we might go, hold on, we're living in a matrix, right? They don't want us on psychedelics, because that makes us question the nature of reality and go, and this brings us to a very interesting point. Are we living in simulation? Maya is what we consider
the illusion in Vedic understanding, the Hindu understanding, the Maya suggests that we're an avatar of a higher God.
I had to switch. Hey, brother.
This illusionary world is the Maya.
I hope one of us is here. I hope we're both
Yeah.
here. I hope I'm back. Okay,
You're
there
back.
your face is moving again. I had to switch my broadband to my other internet connection. But yeah, I don't know which part of it cut out.
And last we heard was Maya.
Elon Musk's opportunity for us to experience, psychedelic experiences. The Maya, the dream time, which is an illusion that we're living in this dream time, that this universe is not the real universe, but it is a reflection of another universe within which this physical universe exists. Which doesn't mean that this universe is pointless or not real, but it's not the beginning and ending of the story. It's just one part of a bigger story. And it's a part within. It's like a one part inside a bigger machine that we're experiencing. And that notion that this part within the bigger machine could be a synthetic reality is an idea that's gaining a lot of. What are your thoughts on that, dear brother?
Could you restate the question?
The fact that this universe could be a simulation.
Yeah.
That it could be,
it's easy for people to dismiss this place if they think it's a simulation, like, oh, well, let's just skip the illusion. Let's just jump forward and skip this, take a shortcut to the next level. Why are we wasting our time in this lower place? I don't think it's necessary to see it that way. I feel like it's probably important to keep an open mind about it. Maybe that's something that you'd want to do, but you want to take that with a grain of salt. Maybe that's something that you would really not want to do. You need to think about possibilities of what it is. In Taoism, we say that it's good to live here and now and not to speculate too much about other realms and times and places. But if you do, it's fun to think about it kind of as a fantasy or in your imagination. But don't get too stuck on it. It's good to keep an open mind and be free how you can see it, and let other people show you their poetry and their imagination of it all as well. Be open to that. Can be helpful. But sometimes you have a strong intuition of these other realms. I feel like personally I've been able to see that this is a simulation from a higher plane. And I knew that it was very important for me to stay in this time and place in this so-called simulation. It's a very important, vital stage of my development in a higher dimension. So, in a way, I was a seed there or an egg. And in this place here now is for me a place where I'm developing and learning to hatch there. But I have the chance to fail in this lifetime and be able to maybe go into another possible lifetime, um, and be able to try again and learn through progressive lifetimes, as the soul begins to develop and mature, to become possibly immortal. So that might be one of the possible reasons why you wouldn't want to necessarily skip forward, skip ahead. You might become a little bit premature in your next plane that you arrive to. So, words for the
Absolutely, like a little shoot under the soil, wanting to escape the soil and
Yeah.
become a shoot faster than it should. And those are the shoots that don't make it.
Nope, they dried up in the sun.
The ones that happen just on time are the ones that make it fine, and they don't rush becoming a small plant before they're ready, and they don't rush becoming a big plant until they're ready, and they don't flower ahead of time. They flower on time, and when they're done flowering,
Yeah,
there's mass.
exactly right. Yeah, they would say Taoism is trying to push your way upstream when you're trying to force things to happen, going with the flow. And they would say the Buddhists were trying to push their way upstream sometimes, and they're trying to escape this plane into nirvana, missing out what they could do here and now. Why not wait till later? Do I think that it's important to be there faster or sooner, when there's just such great possibilities around us in a beautiful world? But the world is what you see is comes from how you be. I feel like a lot of people see the world is really a reflection of themselves, in a lot of ways. So when you can transmute the inner turmoil within to inner peace and find that happiness and that joy, the world can become more of a beautiful place, and you can start to see the beauty in the world, even in the darkest places. Sometimes there's always a silver lining to a rain cloud, and without the
I do also think that like you say, one has to cultivate readiness. Probably a good way of putting it. And
yes,
I see what you mean, but like there have been escapist notions in the many of the spiritual communities. I don't know whether it's meant to be that way. Like, for example, my example is everybody wants to work with the crown chakra. Everybody wants to get into the crown chakra. And I'm like, you're not supposed to touch the crown chakra.
it'll vanish.
Don't go near it.
Yeah.
Work with your low base. Work your way up slowly. Take your time. Power is in the lower chakras anyway. If you want to gain power, that's where you're going to gain it. And when you're ready, and then when the Sastra chakra is ready to open, because people don't realize the Sastra chakra is what takes you out of this world, takes your soul energy out of the body so that you can transition. So if you're ready to transition, open your crown chakra. If not, don't play with it. That's the Samadhi chakra. And
the way I
so it's
see it is,
interesting.
You'll want to experience this place to its fullest when you've gone to the next place and be able to reflect on that and have wisdom from your experience. So if you were to try to skip forward ahead without being able to experience the lower chakras into a place of higher consciousness, you might not be able to then have those experiences so poignantly. But there's a lot of the wisdom to the idea that there's power in suffering. The Buddhist idea that the suffering is purposeful to provide us with relief and joy from its absence after its experience, to be able to drive us, to be able to motivate us. It's powerful to be able to have that aspect. In science, they've come up with a new aspect called the hormetic response. They've kind of been using it in more looser ways more recently, to apply it to aspects in microbiology. But it's an aspect where there's damage is done to catalyze a beneficial response that's going to induce healing or greater health, or repair of an area that was damaged and just kind of spiraling down. So the hormetic response, you could use that principle in other aspects of your life, into seeing that when you have some kind of dismay or some kind of a challenge in front of you, or a trial that you're facing, and things have become difficult, and you're consumed by the fear of the possibilities. Sometimes it's good to be able to see that there's benefit to there's gonna be blessings in disguise in even the worst of situations, that can help you shift your focus sometimes if you're being feeling paralyzed maybe by your challenges in front of you. Sometimes it's good to be able to shift towards gratitude, and shift towards being able to have something that you're seeing the value of, from maybe something that's making you stronger for future battles that you have to go through these challenges sometimes. But this can be helpful to understand that even sometimes the worst of times can be necessary to get to the best of times. If you don't hit rock bottom, you can't climb up to the top.
Yeah, I like what you say there, especially about gratitude, because I don't think people realize. Why can't I turn that down? It's such a craziness. I don't think people realize that the word gratis means free. Gratis, free. That's where the word persona non gratis comes from. And so freedom, the word freedom, gratitude is how you become free. That's why the suffix of the word gratitude is literally meaning free. And so we are generally locked into our perceptions, and we do tend to forget the small things in life. We do tend to get ourselves out of our heads, and I think that that's a big problem when it comes to this whole thing, where the offering of the transhumanist agenda is going to offer us all these cool toys. It's like a child, my boy, offering him all these cool toys. Now he wants a Star Wars robot. I got him cool dueling sabers, like, Jedi swords, like nice ones, and a sabers, well, relatively nice. Now he needs he needs all the robots. And these robots, you can talk to them, and they're basically little AI robots. I'm like, no, you don't need robots. I keep saying to him, what do you need robots for? You got a Alaskan Malamute. He's your Wookiee. You got a Wookiee. What do you need a robot for? Your Wookiee can slice everything for you, Play with a dog.
That's good. Yeah,
But-
well said. How you see it.
Yeah, no, brother. I'm totally with you. I was just saying, like, we are being enticed and what's the word? Seduced
Yeah.
by these toys that'll be given to us.
Sure.
They will give us bodies that have superpowers,
Novelties.
that can do things, bodies that can go anywhere. But here's the scary part: is poisoning the oceans a part of the story? Because if the oceans used to make up 70% of the oxygen on Earth, or recycle 70% of the oxygen on Earth, it's now recycling 50% of the oxygen on Earth. And now suddenly, since the oceans have not got so much life in them producing all the oxygen it used to, especially phytoplankton, now we've got the CO2 imbalance in the air. So will the worst poison dumping in the oceans and overfishing of the oceans affecting the phytoplankton create less CO2 recycling and produce a higher CO2 amount, and how will that start to affect our health? Will we need new bodies that don't need so much oxygen? And oxygen, from what I've noticed, is the most important thing for thinking. Like, we need oxygen when we do exercise, but not so much. When we're doing exercise, mostly what we need to get rid of is CO2, which builds up in our body, right? But when we seem to need a lot of oxygen is when we're thinking. That's when you yawn.
And doing stuff too, I would think, as well, like activity and mental activity and physical.
Yeah, but I think that when you
Mind
like
is
the amount of CO2 that you need to get rid of, like for example, when you're exercising, it's your body gets toxified by CO2.
Yeah.
So mostly the out breath is the most important breath. That's why when you're running, you're trying to get that CO2 out of the body.
Yeah.
But when you're studying or using your brain, you want to take deep breaths so you can think clearly. So the inhale is more, so the water element is to do with the thinking principle. And the fire element is to do with the active principle. And so you need that fire element, fire breath, to get out the CO2, and the water breath to bring in the extra O2. And so in a deep state of meditation, you don't build up much CO2, right? Because your body's not got so many activities running. But what you do require is more the O2, which is interesting. Like in meditation, you don't need to focus on the out breath so much. They can be the same, if that makes sense. But in exercise, your out breath has got to overwhelm your in breath. Yeah, no, you're right, Rob. You're totally right. CO2 is very important for plants to grow. The thing is, though, in order for that to happen, there's a relationship between the amount of CO2 the plant will take and the amount of light the plant is getting. So let's say I go into my tent now and I want to grow something. I've been thinking about growing something in my tent. I'm going to be honest with you. One of my tents, I've got two of them. Then before I raise my CO2, I need to raise my light pressure. So I've got to work these two like together. So when they are, 400 ppm is your average, isn't it? But when they are practicing their global weather manipulation by putting nanoparticles in the sky, that is to prevent sunlight from getting through, isn't it? That's their answer for global heating. So they're going to try and make less light get through and have more CO2, which will actually cause the plant's metabolism to go wonky, because the plants will then be the stamen will be wanting to open to take in more CO2, but it won't have enough sugar to drive the process, because that sugar is generated by the light. So the light intensity is the key for the CO2 to be active. So if you put CO2 into a space where there's not enough ppm, then not ppm, what is it called? Forgot what the light pressure is called. Well, lumens, however many lumens you've got. If you don't increase your lumens and you increase your CO2, it's not particularly good for the plants.
Okay, so you want to make more lumens with more CO2?
Yeah. You see, if your plants are breathing in, if your plants are generating a lot of sugar, then they're going to need more CO2 to facilitate that sugar. And then they're going to need more minerals in the soil.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's too much CO2, not enough lumens in the light, and not enough minerals in the soil, then your plants will try and go crazy little growth spurts, but then they will have nutrient deficiencies and they will get weak and sick and they'll be eaten by the pests.
Mm.
So there's that like subtle balance to how everything's got to work. Yeah, exactly. Where the manipulation is the problem. And I think they're doing it on purpose. And then, of course, you add that to the fact that they've stripped the soil bare of nutrients. So now we've got a deficiency of nitrogen on the planets. There's not enough nitrogen. And then they started the war against Russia, essentially. England, America, Europe, basically most of the Western Bloc over Ukraine. And that has prevented the necessary amount of nitrogen, which is obviously really, really important for the vegetative role of the plants. And they need nitrogen, especially during the hot periods. That's during the time when you're getting your most light. So that's the vegetative process. The flowering process comes after. So the nitrogen hit you need the most is like 2-3 months before you're going into flowering cycle. So I think it's all part of the same agenda, personally. To make food scarce.
Make food scarce and make food poison our minds so that we're in like a beast mentality, lower state of mind, where it's hard to get over having like low resilience, which is something that's been pushed upon us a lot by this social media and handheld devices, this instant dopamine rush from being able to check your notifications and whatever. It's so exciting for the body to be able to have this immediate response. Whereas before we had these handheld devices and computers, we had to have a lot more patience to be able to see a result from things we were trying to achieve. And we were willing to put a lot more time into the things we were doing, a process. So now it's a lot harder for people to be able to deal with it, an issue that doesn't have a quick press a button, immediate gratification result. And so it's going to be challenging for people that have been in such a situation to be able to put themselves out of that situation, to have greater patience. But I know a lot of bands have been doing that. They'll try to get away from this consumer-based immediate dopamine society and go out into the woods without their phones and computers and just sit down with the music and try to write an album and stuff, because there's so many distractions. And if you get distracted from something you've been working on for a little while, for let's say 20 minutes, it might take a half an hour to get back to where you're at, or 20 minutes to get back to where you were just at. So you might not ever get past that if you get distracted every 5 minutes from something on your phone or on the TV or radio. It can be hard to be able to maintain focus with all these devices now. But fortunately, a lot of people have been finding the value in being able to get away from it all and go to a refuge and just try to focus, be out in nature or be out in a studio and just work on something. So it's good to see people are able to do that and conjure the motivation to get that patience back and really create some beautiful masterpieces.
Yeah, I think that's on point, huh? Like the technological age, it's got us by the balls, you could say. It's got us in a corner, and creativity is what we lose. And the reason creativity is what we lose is because creativity causes us to creatively think and make our own opinions and our own decisions, because that's what the creative impulse does. Where we creatively think about our situation and what we want and what we want to say, what we want to do. So most of us are being driven away from creative impulse. And like we were coming out earlier, the AI system is replacing our art. It's replacing everything for us. It's making us lazy and stupid. Where we used to have to do a lot more with our brains, we don't have to anymore because there's Google, right? Just Google it. You don't have to worry about remembering stuff or knowing stuff. You can just Google it. You know, you've got a Google calendar in your pocket, in your phone. You can just rely on your Google calendar. It will tell you what to do, what day it is, what you need to do, what's your responsibilities for the day. So we've become so complacent, where in the old days we used to have to make effort to do everything, took more effort. And imagine, like, generations ago, how much respect we had for food when we had to grow it ourselves, you know,
Yeah. Oh,
and we
yeah.
had to do everything. And then suddenly, like, the food we ate mattered so much more than now. Now it's just buying it. Well, it's only for today. I'm buying this only for today. And tomorrow it's only for today. It's only for today. We're not looking at the bigger picture. And so that in a sense, we're so focused on time, but we're disconnected from it. Where in the old days, we weren't so focused on time, but we were so connected to it. In other words, we needed to grow enough crops and have our banaries full for winter. We weren't focused on time. We were just living in time with time. Now we're living out of time with time. So we need to be focused on time all the time to compensate for the fact that we're out of time with time. Everything's back to front and upside down. So we spend up our life looking at our time of our phone. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? So it's become very small circles as opposed to very big circles. You know, it's not what I need to do every 5 minutes. It's what I need to do. It's sowing time. I better sow the seeds. And then once you've sowed the seeds, you just got to look after the plants, make sure they got water, make sure that the soil's good, make sure that nothing's eating them. And then I've got to make sure I got to reap them. So we were so in tune, and I think that that's the way forward. That's the way we're going to beat the beast. I think that the beast is using its AI systems to control us, as the metaphor goes, to get us all under one umbrella of control, so that we will relinquish our freedom of creative thought and just accept that Google knows best. Even when Google tells us, it says that there were 2 different versions for what happened to Mandela. I don't believe Google because I was here. I saw it with my own eyes. I knew when they said that Mandela, that it was a lie, because I'd been told it was a lie by my friend who knew that Mandela was alive because he used to look after him in prison. He said to me, the government's lying. They're playing a game. They're trying to stop the ANC from coming into power because they know they've lost. And then a little while later, he was still alive. They accepted the fact. So it was a ploy played by our government in South Africa. They created false headlines. But now it's called the Mandela effect. I was there when it happened. There was no Mandela effect. It never happened to Mandela. That was a ploy played by the government. And a lot of us in South Africa were fully aware. Well, I don't know how many of us were, but I was, because my friend used to be a prison guard warden for Robben Island, where Mandela was. And Mandela had been his guy on his group. So for me, it's interesting, you know. I'm sure there are a lot of other things that are interesting, but most of those things will probably be digital things. So they want us to doubt everything about reality. This is how I see it. They want us to doubt. They want us to doubt ourselves. They want us to doubt our own memory. They want us to doubt our own experience. If I hadn't actually had long conversations with my friend about Nelson Mandela, and when the media was saying that he wasn't alive, if my friend hadn't explained to me, no, I promise you he's alive. And then that morning, my friend woke up 4 a.m. to drive to the place where he gets into a boat to go to Robben Island where Mandela was. You with me? So I had the horse's mouth telling me, no, this dude's alive. So because we had long conversations about it, I was like, well, why are they lying to us? And he explained to me, no, it's probably like the ANC is going to take over. The National Party is done for. They know it. They're trying to hold on to power. And that's why they don't want people to know that he's still alive. So if I hadn't had that, I might have fallen for it. But because it was such a powerful landmark in my memory of like another piece of evidence of why I can't trust the government. They're a bunch of bloody liars. Yeah. As a child, can you imagine? Well, I wasn't a child. I was
Yeah.
like 18 or 19. How old was I? I was young, but
Well, young and wise.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was, Cherry. He was given a Nobel Prize. And the irony of it is that Mandela instituted a racist policy in South Africa. So listen to this, Cherry. You might find this interesting. South Africa has been condemned by the US, by England, by many states around the world as having a racist policy running here in South Africa, right? That racist policy that South Africa's been condemned for is what Nelson Mandela won a Nobel Prize for. So what gets you a Nobel Prize in 2004 gets the world to condemn you in 2023. How is that like they turn it upside down, right? See where I'm going with this? Like they're playing us left, right, left, right, left, right, and we're being moved this way and that way, and they're like training us. They're saying like, sit down, stand up, be quiet, talk, be quiet, talk. So they just really want us to just do their little actions, change our perception, so that we can basically become good little bots. And that way we'll just be used to the idea that we're not in charge. So if you let someone tell you, stand up, sit down, stand up, and you do what they tell you a lot, you might actually forget that you're being told what to do. Like my dog. This is how I train my dog, right? Like treat, sit, treat, sit, treat, sit, treat, sit. Now when I say sit, my dog just sits. It doesn't know it's being told to sit. And yeah, exactly. It's one big gaslighting adventure. And it's how you train a dog. So we're being trained like dogs. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting towards the end of this discussion. Indy, is there more wisdom you want to throw at the table? I love what you were saying before, by the way.
Thank you. I love what you've been saying today as well. Yeah, we've been talking about the beast. We haven't gotten to demonic possession too much, I don't think.
What do you want to say about that? We're not in a big rush. I'm not going to run out of time in immediate. So take your time, delve into it. What would you like to throw at us?
I feel like there's some power to the egregoric worshipping of the Saturnian worship cults that are able to on a mass level together hold the same ideology in their minds and hold the same intentions together. And when they're able to do that over the collective, when they have us divided, it's very easy for them to control us subconsciously through our programming, possibly pushing on ideas into our minds or feelings on us. I'm not sure how that works, but I know that they've pushed on bad coping mechanisms in our media, in our propaganda, in our media to show using like a lot of violence has been pushed on us in the Americas as like the right way to finish to find resolution is to go out and like murder everybody that's the bad guy involved and be that one guy that just killed an army of people. Completely unrealistic and absurd, but that's kind of like what they're pushing on us for a coping mechanism to deal with the situation. It's like you can own this situation and take them all out. You know, they don't really think about showing other ways for us to deal with situations where you could go about things in a different means of trying to develop a way of transcending a situation, moving on from difficult circles and going through the challenges of isolation and rebuilding yourself in a new environment, things of the sort. They don't really push too many ideas into our head of other things that we could do to gain self-mastery, to gain integration with others. So let's focus on our similarities instead of being caught up in our differences. So if we're able to look past this barrage of propaganda that's been pushed on us and be able to see through it, start to look into some better means of obtaining wisdom through literature, and various discussions, dialogues with people of wisdom that have higher teaching in mysticism and spirituality and such, in your circles, that you can find a lot in getting away from the media and finding things in places right in your community. I just recently attended a sweat lodge, and it was amazing how powerful a sweat lodge can be. The purification of purging all that sweat, and that heat, and being able to persevere through the challenges of all that steam, just trying to breathe and trying to sing loudly in the steam and in Cherokee songs, and Lakota songs. It was just an amazing experience. Being able to do something like that in your community can be really powerful. But it's harder for people to reach out in their own community now that we have this global network right in our hands, at our fingertips. But it's worthwhile if you can do something closer to home and stuff, and you have more to share with the world.
Yeah, brother, Sweat Lodge sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I'm glad you had fun with that. We've had
Yeah,
an ice lodge here.
Oh wow.
No, I'm exaggerating. It's just been really cold. It's been really
Yeah.
cold. I'm calling it ice lodge. Though interesting you say about Sweat Lodge. There's something cool about, like, I spent a lot of summers in Rajasthan. Now, Rajasthan is the hottest place on earth where there's civilization. So like 57, 58 degrees in the shade is not unusual. And something powerful about being in extreme heat, the way it sweats and cleanses your body and your consciousness. But there's also something about being in the cold. I've also lived in the cold where, like, you're getting frostbite. And there's something quite powerful in the extremes of nature. And I think that we tend to live within a tepid bubble of comfort. Like, I like to often keep my window open, even when it's cold. And I don't really use a fire much. So in winter, I like to feel like the outside and the inside. And these are big rooms with high ceilings. So it's like it's very cold. And I find that there's something quite invigorating about the cold. Like, I don't like to have a lot of layers on my bed. I like to feel a little bit cold when I get into bed. I think there's something to be said about allowing yourself to engage with nature because we disengage from nature. We've been taught, like when I lived in the UK, I couldn't understand why everybody has the home so warm in winter. You know, I was like, let your house get a little bit cold. You want to feel a bit of the cold, don't you? So that when you go out of your door, you're not going from your warm bubble into the cold bubble. And, you know, you want to be engaging with nature to some level. So I think this sweat lodge is something of a beautiful practice. And you guys have had lovely hot summers, so good on you. But getting back to the possession element of it, and egregore was mentioned, you know, the group mind, how the group mind is driven. I think we forget that so there's two elements to this. This is a black mirror, right? Traditionally, this would have been a piece of obsidian used for scrying, for communicating with entities. And so we've got black mirrors that we carry in our hands. And this black mirror is continually engaging with our attention, looking at the black mirror and turning it on. There's something psychological in the process of engaging with a black mirror. And I see there's the message here. Something powerful about engaging with this black mirror in a habitual sense and continually having to engage with it for information. And so there's a sense of mediumship that's happening when just on a subconscious level by dealing with these little things. And then, so that's one element of possession. I'm going to give you a classic example of how this works. I have doubted that AI systems are honest. This is going to sound weird. Like, let's say a guy sends a woman a text. Did any of those words that his phone sent to her phone change? Now, this is in my head. I don't know whether this is true or not, but I've considered that if it isn't happening, it will happen. Because I've noticed that a lot of people have relationship issues because of text. They'll have an argument over text, and because of text being sent. And so it's very possible for a man to send a woman a text or a woman to send a man a text. The words that come into her phone or his phone might be one set of words, but those words can change the moment she turns her phone off. And when she turns her phone on to go back later to reread it, it might not be different. I'm just saying, how clever can an AI system be if we're trusting it to be our go-between communication, governing relationships between men and women, as an example? Would there be a benefit financially for super corporations that have investments into the companies that own our phones and run the AI systems for this to be not so clear? Because if people are breaking up and they're not in relationships, both the men and women are going to become consumers, grade 1 consumers. People in relationships don't tend to be grade 1 consumers. They tend to be less on the consumption element because they're more focused on their relationship. The moment a man is single, he wants to buy a new car. He wants the woman's single. She needs new makeup. She needs this. She needs a nice dress to go out on dates. The guy needs this and that. He needs a new car. He needs whatever he needs. It's going to cost money. So from a consumer's perspective, it's better if relationships can be breaking up. So are there financial models that are going to gain due to communication mishaps? So this is something that I've often considered in the back of my mind. I wonder if that happens because so many people break up from relationships due to text message arguments. One point, and it's a very small point. And if it's not happening in the moment, it will possibly be something that will be happening in the future, I imagine. Then the other element is the actual AI system. Can a spiritual entity engage with an AI system? My experience of entities is they can engage very well with lights. Yeah? I don't know if those of you have had experience with entities, but one of the first things they do is they play with the lights. They turn the lights on, they turn the lights off. They play with the lights because they can. It's very easy for them to engage with electrical things, I've noticed. And I've been engaging with things like this since I was a child. So electricity is one of the first points of the easiest thing for them to access. It's easier for them to affect an electronic system than it is for them to do levitate things, for example. So can they interface with the technology in your phone? Can they interface? Yes, totally. Can an entity change the way your phone's operating? Completely. I can't wear watches. Well, I don't know if I can anymore, but I couldn't wear watches as a child. I put on a watch, it would stop working. I put on a watch, it would stop working. And the watches got more and more expensive and got to the point where, this was when I was a child. My mom would get me like a really nice diving watch. It wouldn't work. She'd go to the guy and say, I can't understand it. Give me another brand new one. Come back the next day. This one stopped working. 3 down the line, they stopped working. So she's like, okay, let's try a better one. Let's get that one and upgrade to the point where I'm getting what by these days would be like a $500 watch. And it would just turn off. So, try starting off with go through all of them because none of them work. And so I just stopped wearing watches as a child because I noticed that my psychic energy affected the electronics around my body. And I've always had issues with electronics. I've got to control my mind when I use technology. Otherwise, things don't want to work properly. If I'm annoyed, my technology won't work. If I'm annoyed, my phone will glitch. If there's something in some kind of something in my consciousness that's not grounded or balanced, it will come out in my technology glitching or something going wrong, which is interesting. And I think we all have this to a certain degree. We're probably just not aware of it. So what kind of a spiritual space and energy that we're carrying around us is going to affect our technology, which means that there's some kind of an interface between the technology and the spiritual energy. Yeah, exactly. Cherry, but get into your car in a good mood and everything's fine. It will start like nothing's wrong. So there's definitely this way for technology to be interfaced by, and it goes back to like understanding what Thor is. Thor is lightning, right? Zeus, lightning. Jupiter, Deus Spiter, the Earth Father, lightning. And when we start looking at like this is like thought, Tahuti, Zeus, all of these elements relate to that principle of electrical energy, which is generated in our neural pathways through our systems. It's the same frequencies, the same energy. So we're able to engage with technology with our minds, whether we know it or not. And this is why the technology of the Neuralink is able to interface with the human brain. Think about it. If a Neuralink can interface with the human brain, it's because they're operating on the same principles. So there's obviously some kind of on some level, something that is shared between psychic energy and these electronics. So in the same way, can psychic energy of other beings that are present interface with our phones, with AI systems? And I believe they can. Oh, wow. Welcome back, dear Soraya. What do you think, Soraya, about beings and disembodied beings affecting AI systems? And
Not much really. I missed a part, so I missed exactly this part. So I was just listening.
what I was saying was how beings can interface with electricity. Disembodied beings, spiritual beings, whether they're
Yes,
good or bad.
they can. They can because our bodies have an electromagnetic field, and everything is basically energy and electricity. So that's why disembodied beings can be still connect to other things, people surrounding them.
And our brains are very similar to computers. And
Yes, they
just a
are.
brain. Computers are based on our brain. So if we can be possessed by an entity, why can't an AI system be possessed by an entity?
It can, but I mean, from what I've experienced, spiritual attacks can also happen via online devices.
Yes, this is actually quite a big thing. This is exactly what we're getting into. So these AI systems can act as a conduit for a spiritual entity to be able to get into our heads. And
Exactly.
I think that a virus on a computer could be an entity.
Exactly.
And maybe writing virus software is like doing spell
Yeah.
to bring a certain entity into the network.
Existence.
Yeah, to give it a ride, so it can ride on this thing, this code.
Yeah, something to latch on.
Sorry,
because,
what were you saying, Dan?
Most demons are, they're like parasites. They can't operate on their own. They need a host.
Yeah, I mean, we're holding all the cards.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, my cherry. Very often it's beings that have passed on that can interact, but I don't think it's only those. And some of those beings
Not
are
only
good
those.
beings, and
It's not
other
only
beings
those.
are,
You have benevolent beings and benevolent beings.
yeah.
It depends on from what source they come from. Whether it's from the fallen angelic realm or the ones who are still under the goodness, under the divine watchful eye.
Do you think you can call good beings in too with different sound frequencies, or maybe different on the web, like you maybe possibly going into more good vibe places and communities?
Not so much, because if you look at who developed the internet, those people they never had good intentions.
Right.
So
I agree.
basically,
How
Most
do you get
likely not.
Can we
those who have
use a
bad
phone?
intentions have a bigger influence on this medium than those with a good influence.
So what if people
But
just kind
I'm
of
sure it can happen.
time, like at a certain time we'll all do this thing. We won't talk on any phone or electric device. We'll just do this thing. What would that be a way to get past the limitations of it, trying to connect us, but really misconnecting us? What do you think, Soraya? You
I
think
don't
that would?
know.
I know
I think
people do.
there's always a way to bend evil into good, just like
Yeah.
there has been many ways to bend good into evil.
Indeed. Well said. I feel
Yeah,
the power.
I think you can access positive energy on the web, but I just think it's rare.
Yeah. It is, because it's mostly attacked by these entities who are being placed in positions to startle people or to throw them off their track.
It's like if we look at social networking. What percentage of social networking is people giving each other really positive energy and saying stuff that uplifts each other? And what percentage of social networking is like people dissing?
I think
you look
it's 90% negative versus
Yeah.
10% positive. And that gives an indication of what energy the internet brings.
I think it's somewhat 50-50. I feel like I have a debative personality. I like to engage in trying to conjure up the contrast of my beliefs with the contrast with the understanding of others. And then if I'm trying to move towards their understanding, I want to be able to understand it. So I want to be able to provide the way I see things, but not in such a way that I'm telling them that I know better, but in such a way where I try to help them understand that I want to see past this is what my limitation is. But I have hurdles. I'm not able to just jump into it. I want to see more reasoning about like why, what I'm missing, what's going to be able to pull me in. You know what I mean? So, but a lot of times people will just take it wrong and troll me and just try to ridicule me and start some argument or block me or something like that. That does happen. But I found that as I've moved away from certain communities and into different ones now, a lot of my information that I see is uplifting, and the people that I come across are much more receptive to me. So in a lot of ways, I've kind of made things easier for myself by moving away from
You found a way to get it into balance.
yeah.
That's why you're experiencing the 50-50. I
Yeah,
also have a balance, but I still have a lot. I still see a lot of things that are not positive.
right.
So yeah, then you feel the imbalance more.
Yeah, I was there in the beginning where I had to make all these changes. It's hard at first when you do. You lose a lot of community at first.
Why do you think we're all on Telegram?
Well, there's a lot of negativity on Telegram as well. They're just
There is,
positivity.
Yeah.
but it's a little bit less controlled than Facebook,
Yeah,
Twitter.
true.
All of those are like so controlled. Telegram, you've got a lot of crap. There's a lot of people trying to sell you crypto
Yeah,
and a lot of
or
weirdos.
bots.
But people, if people want to be racist, they can be. If people want to be a bigot, they can be. If people want to be a narcissist, they can be. They've got the freedom of speech. I don't agree
Exactly.
with like a lot of the people say, but like what I mean is people tend to be a little more honest. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Where on
it
Facebook they
does.
won't be honest.
Well, Facebook, they are honest, but in an asocial way. Here, they're more. Here, I find on Telegram, you find more people who are honest in a social way.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Of course,
it's
you still have
definitely
people who pretend to be someone else who are something they're not, but you'll find those everywhere, even in real life.
totally, especially these days.
Hmm.
I think because there's so much control. Like, I wonder how the new laws is going to affect Telegram.
What new laws? Because I I may have missed something.
No, I've for example noticed that like on Facebook, and I'm hardly ever on Facebook. I just go on Facebook to push like round table like once in a while, really.
Yeah,
And that's about it. Like otherwise, I hide away from Facebook.
yeah.
But I've noticed that like people are a lot more clever about how they act like bastards. You know,
Yeah.
because they can be criminalized now for what they say. If they say something wrong, they can be in trouble, right? It's
Okay.
becoming a big thing, like especially in the UK. Like a woman's basically she's been put in jail and she has to go to court for criminal charges because of her facts not being checked on a Twitter post, just for
Oh.
example. So the AI systems on Twitter and Facebook will report you to the authorities now.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, there you
yeah.
go. Police state 2.0.
Yeah. No, but
Jeez.
this woman, all she posted was that 3 girls had been stabbed, and she said that she believed that the person who stabbed them was a certain person, like a seeker, right? I won't add the first word in. And because she said they were asylum seekers, her facts were not right according to the authorities, and so they blamed her for the riots, and so she's been arrested. She didn't put out
Oh.
hate speech or anything. She just made a simple post, but because her information wasn't correct, they're blaming her, so she's now facing serious charges. It's a serious
Oh
matter.
my goodness. The world is going nuts.
So I'm just saying, like they're opening up a what we call a precedent legally. And so a legal precedent, if they can get away with this in court, then the precedent will have been set for it to happen again and again and again. And it will become a normality. This is how laws are formed. Because it will be able to be cited again. Allegedly, she forgot to use. Maybe I don't know the whole story as well, my cherry. But it just, to me, it's amazing that for social media posts, one can go get arrested by the cops. Have to go to jail. Have to go and deal with
That's sad.
going to court and getting bail and all of that stuff. It just seems ridiculous. But it's the
is.
world we're living in, and so I think that the AI systems are going to become more integrated. Yeah, the choice of words. Maybe she didn't choose her words carefully. But still, you would have thought that freedom of speech was to some degree protected, right?
No, it isn't, because you only have freedom of speech if you're running in their alley. If you're not, if you're out of their lane, then you've got a problem. We've seen it with COVID.
Well,
If you
that's
kiss
another
butts
classic example.
of the officials,
That's
you're
another
good to
classic
go. But
example.
if you go against them, then you have a major issue.
There was a lot of money riding on
There's
that.
the hypocrisy of freedom speech.
Yeah. It's interesting. I suppose slander could be a relevant thing, but even slander hasn't been a criminal offense. Slander has always been a civil offense.
Yes, it is.
And
Because
so
it has to do with people, not with
yeah,
things
so
or
one shouldn't be
objects.
arrested by the police for slander in normal judicial situations. What should happen is the person slandered should make a case against you, and you go to a civil court and they sue you financially and you pay financial damages for slander. That's normally how slander's always worked. But now
Yeah.
it's a criminal offense, which is interesting.
Yes, it's
they
very interesting that they've turned it into a criminal offense.
Yeah,
Because it
exactly.
never used to be one.
Yeah. You'd have to pay. If you say something against someone else, you're going to pay money. They'll sue you. Like, oh, you made me depressed. I need to go and see a psychologist for a year, and I'm not going to be able to work now because you depressed me. So please pay my salary for a year. You know,
Yeah.
that's where slander would get you. You know, but yeah, we're definitely in a crazy time. But I do think that there's something to be said about spiritual entities possibly being able to interface with some AI systems, and our phones becoming an interface Black Mirror system for AI systems carrying piggyback entities to interface with us. So I think it's a very fast, and especially with the way social networking works, you know, and bots. Who are all these bots? Are these bots being these trolling bots? Are they being written by beings that are trying to get an effect out of people? Like you said, Indy, the people will probably attack you and stuff. They're trying to hurt you. They're trying to make you feel bad, trying to make you feel negative energy so that some being can come and sit there and siphon off your energy field because you're suffering now.
Exactly. It makes us weak and vulnerable and in a place of turmoil where we're not really protecting ourselves. Our guards are down.
Yeah, Cherry, do you use Facebook? I'm curious. Out of you people here, are you guys using Facebook much? Do you use Telegram? What systems do you use? I mean, I think we all use Telegram here on the round table. I use WhatsApp very rarely.
Instagram, Facebook, Telegram. I don't do the TikTok thing, but I still do.
I got a
Facebook.
TikTok account, but I can't take it seriously. No. I posted something recently because I have to post something because I'm scared that I'll like close my account if I don't. Like,
yeah, I do have TikTok, but I only look at things. I seldomly respond, and I'm barely online there.
When I'm on Facebook, I've kind of centered all my newsfeed around like archaeology and mysticism, so that's pretty much all I see. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Pretty bad before.
No, YouTube I'm only on Facebook these days because a friend of mine has a group there that I moderate.
Cool.
She has a private group there, so I
Wonderful.
barely go online there. Maybe some days I do, but then I go see a few videos and share it to the group, and then I'm out offline again. That's how short I am there. Yeah, I do have Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. Aside from Telegram, Signal, but I'm not that active on all of them.
Like I just had to look up what I'm paying because I've got YouTube Premium, and I have to pay like some few dollars a month, $4 or $5 a
Yeah.
month for YouTube Premium. I cannot do the adverts. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't like the fact that I'm supporting YouTube with money, but I cannot do the adverts. I pay the premium just so that I don't have to listen to them. I'm like, take my money. I don't want your adverts. Because it's my choice.
Those ads are so annoying. I don't have a premium account because I just don't want to pay Google. Because it is officially Google, so even though it carries the name YouTube, but no, I'm not gonna take a subscription to it.
No, I know.
Like I'll
I
skip
feel guilty
if I
about
want
it.
if I want to see something from that's longer than a few minutes, then I'll post it. then I'll share the link to my Telegram and watch it from there, so that I can avoid the ads.
Yeah, that is actually a way to get around it, I suppose. Watch it in Telegram, but some things aren't allowed in Telegram. I've noticed that with YouTube, which is very strange. And I feel
Yes.
bad about supporting YouTube because I wouldn't, it's not something I'd should actually say to the world. Like, by the way, I pay for premium YouTube. It's an embarrassment, but
Well, there are a lot
I
of
pull
people
my
who
hair out
do,
at the
so it's not
adverts.
really. Well, don't pull out too many.
Yes, the adverts are so bad, and there's so many of them. And when the
Yeah.
YouTube Premium, I was like, I'll never pay for YouTube Premium. And then they were like hitting you with 3 or 4 adverts per show. And I was like, no ways. No ways. And then they want to stop
That's
you
how
halfway.
That's how they try to persuade you to go premium. That's how those bastards work.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly how they work. Rumble. Yes. I've got a Rumble. I just don't think I'm using it. I should be posting stuff to Rumble. But anyway,
I have a
I
Rumble
do.
account too, but it's only to watch videos from others.
Yeah, Rumble's pretty
I
good.
should probably go on Rumble and see what's going on Rumble.
Rumble is
I
from
find Rumble's
Canadian.
a bit slow.
Oh, I never had
Maybe it's
any
because I'm in
issues.
South Africa with the servers.
Could be. It's Canadian and company, so
I figured.
That I just find it takes a long time to load and it's slow, and I'm like, oh, I don't have time for this. Like I've only got like 10 minutes. Now I've got something to do. Let me put something on quickly. YouTube. You click it, it plays, it works. Done.
It does take longer to upload on Rumble, is what I heard from people who use it to upload videos to.
I think that's why I don't use it. I tried uploading videos and it took forever. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be here like all year uploading videos. I've got 216 videos, right? My free videos are 216 videos. And that's like Bush Whisperer Speaks Series 1 and Series 2. And I think Patreon is actually, I'm going to start using Patreon. I think I'm going to start going to see what's on Patreon because I think there might be a lot of cool, Patreon seems to work better for watching stuff
does.
and for downloading
But
and uploading.
it can also, well, from what I heard from people who use it for their platform, is that it can be, in some cases, ban certain content.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Well, interesting. Um, interesting. I didn't know Patreon was pro banning content. I mean, I've never had that issue, but that's interesting.
What
That's
I
food
do
for
know
thought.
from Patreon is that they have a chat option, so that when you are there, you have an option to have a chat room there as well, where people can chat with each other, even without seeing the video. It's kind of like Telegram, like a little something like a built-in chat, like what you said, what you have with Telegram, where you can just speak to each other.
That's actually true. I keep forgetting. I should put this on here for people that are watching or people that will watch. Is that right? Yeah. So there's you can find my 216 videos there for free, and I have got series 3 which I'm putting behind a paywall, but that's going deeper into the occult. The
Oh
first
yeah,
two
that's
series,
more deeper.
yeah, the first two series are like, the first series is like to lay the foundation, the second series is to put down the walls, and then you start to like really build, you know. So the series 3 is only for people that would be like more interested, and those are longer. There's a half an hour, maybe 35 minutes or something, classes, as opposed to 10 minutes, which is like small bite-sized thought for the day kind of idea, easy to use.
Hmm.
But yeah, that chat room, I'm actually going to start working that chat room. To give me an idea, I think it's a good place to maybe start conversations, to have discussions, because I wonder if I wonder how they, because they haven't sold out to Google and YouTube. It's a different corporation. You might
Yeah,
find that you can have fairly more private, or conversations. It's an interesting perspective. Although I do find that Telegram seems to fulfill the needs for
yeah.
now, but I think Telegram is going to sell out pretty soon. That's what my gut says to me.
Okay, I don't really have that. I mean, the only annoying thing about Telegram these days is that you get all those crypto ads when you visit a channel.
Because it normally you see that they're running out of the money, so they're going to have people paying for Telegram in
Yeah.
order to. Telegram's not expensive though, and I reckon it's worth
No.
paying for. Like
Well,
I pay like
the only
$3.
annoying thing is that the only thing the only stupidity about Telegram Premium is that they demand you to pay via a credit card.
Yeah.
I mean, if they should opt in like something like PayPal or Ideal. That's what I think they should be taking as a payment option.
Don't they have
But
PayPal as a payment option?
no, only credit card. Because
Well, that's interesting.
I tried to become a Telegram Premium member a while ago, and it literally stated all the information that you need to fill out that was required if you had a credit card.
Or a debit
So
card.
no, a credit card, and not even a debit card. I mean, if you could have a debit card on there, you could use your own bank account, but you can't. You have to have a
I think
credit
I've
card.
paid for it with a debit card as well. When they say credit card, they mean debit card as well. You just put in your card number, the number of your card, because
Yeah,
debit
but
cards have got a
mine
card
doesn't
number as
do,
well.
because
Oh,
Dutch Dutch cards have different numbers than other countries.
Okay.
Because you have
Interesting.
certain countries who have debit cards with a same amount of numbers that you have to fill in as credit cards.
Yeah. South Africa's got that. Interesting. I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
interesting. Because here in the Netherlands, you don't have that. You have like a specific number of letters, and prior to them, you have the name of your.
Did you know? Did you know
You have the
that if
name.
you
You
got
have the
PayPal,
abbreviation of your name or the name of your bank here in the Netherlands, and before that, that abbreviation of the name of your bank, you have 2 digits, and before that, the code for your country. So that's NL, then 2 digits, then comes Rabo, and then your bank account number.
did you know that you can get a credit card from PayPal, by the way,
No.
attached to your PayPal account? Yeah. It's easy process. You just go on PayPal and order a credit card. That'll probably be your
Okay.
easiest. And then you'll be able to pay for things with your PayPal through your credit card.
Okay.
Food for thought. Not that like credit cards are the
Exactly.
most fun thing to have in the world, but
No, because you're buying stuff with money you don't have, and at the end of the month you have to pay with the money that you do have. So it's kind of fooling yourself, basically.
and that's quite interesting. You know, this whole credit debt situations we're in the world. And I think that is a system of the eighth sphere of the, you know, what Steiner calls the eighth sphere, or the Klippos, the fallen tree. Everything's economy based. So
Hmm.
there's an economy to that dark space, if we can call it that, where all the beings have got to bring something to the table, and they've got debt, and so they've got to get our life force, soul energy, to pay it into the eighth sphere to get their credit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they get fed on by the other dark beings. So there's a very interesting system that they've got there, and so that kind of system is what they've put here on Earth. And I do think that the AI system is really a system that's been put here to manage all of that. I wonder how long prescription of debt is going to be a legal thing, because debt can be prescribed if you know if you if you, for example, people don't know this. Let's say you get into debt with Visa and you go to another country and they don't know where you are for 3 years and they can't communicate with you, right? The
Hmm.
debt's prescribed. They can't legally ask you for the money. And if they do, you advise them that the debt's prescribed, just as an example. And that prescription of debt is an old thing, because what happens is the bank writes it off the ledgers. It's just how it works. So the rules are
Exactly.
probably going to change when AI system comes along. There won't be any prescription of debt because everybody will be tracked. And prescription
Hmm.
of debt
That's why
is
they want
something that
everyone online, so everyone can be traceable.
exactly. And a debt only becomes prescribed if the people who are owed the money aren't asking you to pay them.
Exactly.
Indy, my cherry's asking you how long you've known Homie. Not Homie. Oh, you
Homie
don't know
No,
Homie Romy.
Ronan.
no, where years we
Or
used to
not.
do the Rising from Ashes podcast for a couple years. It was awesome. We had so much fun. I miss those days. I was gonna go out to Hawaii to hang out with Romy at a couple points, but my work schedule always holds me back. I'm such a workaholic Virgo. I gotta get out one of these days. Travel.
When is your birthday, by the way?
August 24th.
It's the 24th.
Yeah.
You're the 24th, and Aaron's the 28th.
Oh, cool.
How far is he from you?
Pretty close. He was just over here in this area like a couple weeks ago, out in Cherokee area in Nantahala. It's beautiful out there by the river, Nantahala River Valley. Oh my God, it's heaven on earth out there. It's probably, I think, the most ancient forest on Earth, temperate rainforest at least. Maybe the most oldest forest. There's ancient life there. The ferns are like over your head. The elks are huge. It's just so beautiful. There's a lot of ginseng everywhere.
Sweet. So you guys might be able to, to connect. So you're going to have birthdays 4 days apart, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So shall we call it a day? Is there any last ideas? Any last things to put onto the table? We've hit the 5-hour mark. Hope I haven't run out of space.
Dance out your demons. I got to go out to see some drum and bass last night. I got to see Neversoft. It was amazing. I got to dance out my demons a little bit. If you can dance is the best exercise. It's powerful and empower you and enrich your spirit and your soul and your emotional body. It's beautiful. Just let yourself go. Let the music carry
Yeah,
you.
it is. Dancing is good. So is singing.
Singing, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you can do.
Exactly.
Since I've been a dad, I don't get to go out partying and dancing.
Yeah.
Well, you could dance in your own home, right?
Yeah, I do dance, but I mean, like, to get down on the soil and stomp on the soil and stomp on the grass. There's something quite special about getting out there, but it normally involves going, in Cape Town, we've got the mecca of trance, psychedelic trance. So we've always had the top psychedelic trance DJs coming out here, and
Cool.
we don't have festivals. A party is just in Cape Town. A party starts on Friday and it ends on Monday.
Yeah.
Those are long.
That's how
Plenty
party
of time
works.
to party.
And it's out there, away from the city, under this, the moon and the stars. And our psychedelic trance outfits are so successful that they own property. They own huge stretches of land where they can throw parties. They've bought farms where there's parts of the farm with a stream running through it, parts with a forest, parts with a perfect. Vortex owns property. Alien Safari is connected up with properties. So the two top, this is why, like, we're the mecca of trance. Like, it's the parties are limited now. There used to be 10,000 plus parties, but because of fire hazards, they've been capped. So they tend to be at like 3,000. They're much better now. Now they tend to be smaller parties, 3,000 people. And there'll be more than one party on one weekend. So people can go to both, or, and they're normally out similar sort of area outside of Cape Town. But I don't bother with parties because, like, I got my boy. It's the morning schedule, waking up, sunrise, climbing the mountain. That's the first 2-3 hours of my day, That is my party. I've traded in my going out to Psytrance festival parties to having a party every day, which is, I think, way cooler. And my boy is only 8 years old. I don't really want him to be introduced into that environment because there's too much coke. There's too much people taking drugs, as you know. And I don't mind psychedelics, but these days the Charlie has become a big part of the program, which I don't, is that you, a Libra cusp, Terry? yeah, dancing is something quite special. It's quite close to my heart.
I feel
Like
that.
I can lose myself when I dance completely. There's something
Mm.
special about moving the body, isn't there? Getting into the flow, following the music. Though
Oh, my
it's
was on Leo, but I missed it by 7 minutes. Sherry said it was me on the Libra, but that's the other side of Virgo. So I didn't do
well. If there's anything you guys want to add to the table, let's whack it on before we go. It's 5:08. 5 hours is, I think it's pretty good. It's good innings.
Yeah, good one. Not as long as we once had in the past, where we went
had 8
almost
hours.
on to 8 hours.
No,
That one
I've
was
got to
long.
let my dogs out to pee, and then I'm going to see my missus tomorrow.
good.
Oh,
so,
nice.
yeah, I'm excited, of course. I got to see her on Friday as well, which is pretty cool. So I saw her yesterday, and I saw her tomorrow.
Oh, great.
Tomorrow as well. For my busy lifestyle, that's like really cool.
Mm.
You know, she's also busy. She's also got a lot of commitments. So we're both, you know, busy little bees. This is why I don't get to completely unplug, because like I never really take holidays. But I don't need to take holidays because my life is a bit of a holiday.
Mm.
Wow, that's really cool. That's really cool. When is your birthday, my cherry?
10-10.
October the 10th. What?
Yeah. I think
Cool.
so.
Cool.
Nice.
That's a 1. I'm a 1 of August.
Cool.
Yeah. 10 is a 1.
Paradigm.
October.
Birthstone.
So you are
You're Leo. I'm a Virgo. But I missed the cusp by 7 minutes. But my girlfriend's son is on the cusp. He's a Virgo Leo. 23rd.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Opal.
Yeah, he's a year apart and a day apart. My brother is 2 years, 2 months, 2 days, 2 hours, 2 minutes apart.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's funny. I have 2 kids who are both from the 22nd of 1 month of 1 month apart from each other.
Oh, wow.
September
That's cool.
22nd is my oldest, and my youngest is October 22nd.
That's interesting.
Yes, very.
Yeah.
And I'm on June 17, and my husband was from December 11th.
There was the
December,
mention.
not September. Okay. Yeah. My brain had to go there.
There's recently a mention of number 37, and I was channeled that number 6 and 37. What's the connection? And so what I found is that 37 times 6, I believe, is
172.
222.
Oh, sorry.
37 times 6. I think I got it back.
Yeah. 37.
37 times 6.
200.
Is-
Yeah. 22.
2.
Is it
So-
222?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
37 times 12 is 444. 37 times 18, 666. 37 times 24, there's a 20, 21, 888. So 37 is a powerful number with those triple master numbers like that. And we were seeing a lot of 222s yesterday. So it's interesting that you mentioned that 22, Soraya.
Mm-hmm.
But 6 and 37 makes 222, which you wouldn't expect such a beautiful number, 222, to come from prime number 37 and the number 6. But it's interesting how they play out.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
But 37 is a very interesting number. If you look at
Exactly.
it.
If you add it up together, it's 1
Like
or
you
10.
take
If
None.
you take the full number, and 10, if you look in the Bible, it's completion.
Mhm.
It's
Nine
like
is
a full
if you look at
circle.
24
There's a 9, it's
hours
like
in a day.
endings and new beginnings. And you have the 10 as completion.
Yeah, or the other way around sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you add 24 and 12, I mean 24 and 13, because 12 is 24.
Yeah.
The polarities of 12, 24.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you add 13 to 24, you get 37.
Exactly.
So 24 is a really important number because like the 24 hours.
Very important. Yeah.
And 37 is then like 13 is that mystical 13 brought into the time. So it's then quite interesting. when you
13
suggest-
itself is very important number as well,
Yeah.
because it's the lunar. It's the amount of lunar cycles a year. 1 year has 13 moon cycles.
Yeah.
13 full moons, 13 waning moons, 13 dark moons.
The lost matriarchal
Yeah.
sacred number has been obfuscated by the number 12.
Mm-hmm. Even if you take Jesus and this is apostles, he had 12 apostles, right?
The
Himself
13th.
added to it as 13.
Yeah.
So you can't
It's
make
the
that
mystic
shit up.
secret.
Or if you add Mary
That-
Magdalene as the 13th disciple.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's the 13 is that mystic secret added into 12
Mm-hmm.
that makes it manifest. So when we're talking about 12, the secret is being omitted.
Yeah.
So 12 is the mystic number of 13.
It is. It's the
Yeah.
12 gates in between the 13 numbers.
That's why the Catholics always said that 13 was a bad number of bad luck, which is bullshit because that's not true.
It is
It's
bullshit.
just that was just a masked effect that it's a feminine number, and it is there to complement the 12, which is a masculine number.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, let's get some.
And if you add 1 and 2 together, you get 3. If you add 1 and 3 together, you get 4. Add 3 and 4 together, you get 7. And how many days does a week have? 7 days.
Yeah. 7's also a number of completion.
Yeah. And also a spiritual path.
Yeah.
If you say like live in a 7 house, you are there to basically trigger your spiritual growth.
Yeah.
I live in number 10.
It's a higher plane.
House.
Next
I dig the
level.
number 10. Love the
My
number 10.
house number is 46, and that adds up to 10.
Yeah.
So that's really funny.
Yeah, no, 4 and 6 is cool. 46 is
Mhm.
a nice number as well. That's why when I was moving into this house, I was like, never mind the house, what's the number? Before I even look at the house, I gotta know what the number is. 10. Okay, I'll look at the place.
Oh, nice Taisuri.
Well, 2:22 in California, lucky you. It's 11:22. Yeah,
Here
it's
too.
11:22 p.m. here. Sending you guys much love, blessings. It's been an honor having you guys on the show. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope everybody got what they came for. My Cherry, it's been
Yeah.
lovely having you on the show. Sending you loving blessings. And Om Namo Shivaya Shankar Bhagwan Namaha Har Har Mahadeva Jai Guru Deva Lakabam Shankar Shankar Devi Shanti Shanti Shanti. Much love to you all. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile, because smiling is how we generate energy. And
Exactly.
much love to both of you and to my Cherry. Take
Much
care.
love. Many thanks. Great show.